1974. Fall asleep to hilarious history, Shag carpet, and Fondue by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026. James Henderson. Chapter 1. The Resurrection of the Suit. It has been my experience that death is a much overrated condition, largely promoted by those who have never tried it and are in no particular hurry to subscribe to the service. I had always assumed that once I had shaken off this mortal coil, I would be treated to something grand. Perhaps a celestial library with comfortable chairs and a celestial cigar that never required ashing. Instead, I found myself waking up on a bench made of a substance that was neither wood nor stone, but a sort of orange-tinted industrial sin known to the locals as plastic. The air did not smell of ambrosia or even the honest earthy rot of the Mississippi. It smelled of burnt coffee, stale cigarettes, and a peculiar chemical flatulence that I later learned was the breath of a Greyhound bus. I sat up, my joints creaking like the floorboards of a haunted house, and surveyed my surroundings. I was in a cavernous hall of transit, a cathedral dedicated to the god of inconvenience. Above me, a clock of terrifying precision ticked away with a digital heartbeat, glowing in a sickly red hue. It informed me, with a cold and mechanical indifference, that it was the year of our Lord, 1974. Now, I have seen many things in my time. I have seen kings who were fools and fools who were kings. But I was entirely unprepared for the sight of the first human being to cross my path in this brave new world. He was a young man, or perhaps a very tall garden gnome who had recently come into an inheritance. He was clad in a garment the color of a bruised avocado, fashioned from a fabric that appeared to be woven out of recycled fishing nets and distilled boredom. But it was his trousers that truly arrested the soul. From the waist to the knee, they clung to him with a desperate, suffocating intimacy, as if they were trying to squeeze the very secrets out of his marrow. But from the knee downward, they erupted into a frantic, triangular explosion of fabric that could have easily served as the mainsail for a mid-sized schooner. I watched him walk, or rather, I watched him navigate. Each step required him to swing his legs in a wide circular arc to keep from tripping over his own architectural flourishes. "My dear fellow," I called out, my voice sounding like two dry bricks rubbing together, "I beg your pardon, but have you been the victim of a tragic textile accident? Or is there a local law requiring the lower half of the citizenry to resemble a pair of bells?" The youth stopped. He looked at me through a pair of spectacles so large and so yellow that they appeared to have been stolen from the headlamps of a locomotive. He chewed on a piece of rubbery substance with a rhythmic bovine intensity. "Keep on trucking, man," he said. I blinked. I have navigated the dialects of the frontier, the slang of the gold mines, and the pompous drivel of the British aristocracy, but I had never encountered a man who commanded me to become a motorized freight vehicle as a form of salutation. "I shall endeavor to truck," I replied, "provided I can find a cup of coffee that hasn't been used to strip the varnish off a deck." I stood up, adjusting my white linen suit, which felt remarkably dignified amidst this sea of polyester. I made my way toward a counter, where a woman sat perched like a weary vulture over a steaming urn. She wore a hairdo of such monumental height and structural integrity that I feared for the ceiling. It was a silver-blue fortress of curls, held together by a cloud of chemical spray that made my nostrils itch with the threat of 1,000 sneezes. "Coffee," I said, placing a silver dollar on the counter. It was a solid piece of American history, heavy with the promise of value. The woman looked at the coin. Then she looked at me. Then she looked at the coin again, as if I had just presented her with a preserved finger. "What's this?" she asked, her voice a gravelly rasp born of 4 decades of filtered camels. "That, madam, is $1, I said. "It is the currency of the realm. It is backed by the honor of the United States, which I admit has been known to fluctuate, but surely it is sufficient for a pint of your blackest bile." "I can't take this," she snapped. "I need real money. You got $1, a paper one, or 4 quarters? This looks like something you won at a carnival." I was struck dumb, a rare condition for me, and one I found quite disagreeable. "Real money? This coin contains more silver than your entire establishment has in its cutlery drawer. It is a masterpiece of the mint. It has the eagle on it, the bird of freedom. Are you telling me that in 1974 the eagle has been retired in favor of green paper scraps?" "Look, Colonel Sanders," she said, leaning in, "either pay with regular money or move along. You're blocking the line." I turned around to see the line. It was a parade of human misery. There were men in shirts with collars so long they could have been used as bookmarks for a giant's Bible. There were women in short skirts made of a material that looked like it had been harvested from a disco ball, and they were all staring at me as if I were the one who had dressed in the dark. I retreated to a corner, my pride wounded, but my curiosity piqued. Nearby, a rectangular box perched on a shelf was flickering with ghostly images. I approached it, realizing it was a television, the oracle of the modern age. On the screen was a man with a nose that seemed to have been designed by a committee interested in aerodynamic drag. He looked like a man who had just swallowed a live hedgehog and was trying to convince the world it was a delicious marshmallow. The caption beneath him read, "Nixon, I am not a crook." I leaned against a plastic pillar and chuckled. "My dear sir," I whispered to the flickering image, "the moment a man feels the need to publicly declare his lack of criminality, he has already measured himself for the stripes." It was then that I noticed a newspaper discarded on a nearby chair. I picked it up. The headlines were a chaotic symphony of disaster: the energy crisis, the kidnapping of a young heiress by a group of revolutionary lunatics, and something called the streaking epidemic. I read the latter with great interest. Apparently, the youth of America had decided that the best way to protest the state of the world was to run through public places entirely devoid of clothing. I looked back at the man in the avocado bell-bottoms. Perhaps, I mused, they are not protesting the government at all. Perhaps they have simply looked in the mirror at their wardrobes and decided that nakedness is the only dignified alternative. I realized then that I was not merely in a different time. I was in a different species of reality. The world I knew had been one of steam and soot, of slow letters and fast horses. This world was one of humming electricity and fast plastic. It was a world that had conquered the moon, but apparently couldn't manufacture a pair of trousers that didn't look like a cry for help. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of loneliness. I reached into my pocket and found my pipe. It, at least, was real. It was wood and ash and memory. I struck a match, a modern match that smelled like a chemistry set, and drew in a breath of smoke. "Hey, no smoking in the terminal," a security guard shouted, approaching me with a belt full of leather pouches and a scowl that he had clearly practiced in the mirror. I looked at him, then at the flickering screen of the TV, then at the avocado-colored youth, and finally at the lady with the blue fortress of hair. "Sir," I said, exhaling a cloud of defiance, "I have been dead for 64 years. If a bit of tobacco smoke is the most dangerous thing you encountered today, you should count yourself a lucky man. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go out into your century and see if I can find a single thing that makes a lick of sense. I suspect I shall be gone a very long time." I walked toward the sliding glass doors, which opened automatically with a hiss of surprise, as if the building itself were gasping at my audacity. I stepped out into the 1974 sunlight, the smell of leaded gasoline hitting me like a physical blow, and prepared myself for the long, hilarious haul of the American future. Chapter 2. The Great Gasoline Fast. It has long been a theory of mine that if you want to see the human race at its most magnificently idiotic, you needn't go to war or a session of Congress. You simply need to deprive a man of the ability to move at 30 miles an hour while sitting on a cushioned chair. In my previous century, if a man's horse died, he buried it, cursed the heavens, and walked. In 1974, if a man's Mustang runs out of the foul-smelling elixir known as unleaded, he does not walk. He enters into a state of spiritual catatonia and joins a stationary parade that stretches from here to the crack of doom. I emerged from the Greyhound terminal to find the street occupied by a collection of steel behemoths that would have made a Mississippi steamboat captain weep with envy at their sheer, unadulterated bulk. These were not mere carriages. They were land yachts. They were fashioned from enough chrome to blind a celestial choir and painted in colors that suggested the designers had been inspired by a particularly vibrant case of jaundice, harvest gold, burnt orange, and a green so sickly it looked as if the car itself were about to be seasick. But these mighty vessels were not moving. They were huddled together in a line that snaked around the block 3 times, vibrating with a low, mechanical growl. "Pardon me, sir," I addressed a gentleman leaning out the window of a vehicle the size of a small cathedral. He was wearing a shirt unbuttoned to the navel, revealing a chest forest that would have provided ample cover for a family of raccoons, and a gold medallion that looked heavy enough to be an anchor. "Is there a parade today, or has the city been evacuated due to a plague of common sense?" The man looked at me, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow, and spat a stream of tobacco juice, or perhaps it was just very dark coffee, onto the pavement. "Gas, pops, it's an odd day. I got an odd plate, but the guy back there has an even plate, and he's trying to sneak in. If the pump runs dry before I hit the nozzle, there's going to be a riot." I looked at his license plate. It ended in a 7. I looked at the man behind him. His ended in an 8. "So," I mused, "the government has decided that the mathematical properties of one's identification plate determine one's right to traverse the earth? It is a fascinating system. I suppose on Tuesdays, only people with an even number of toes are allowed to buy bread." "Funny guy," the man grunted. He then returned to reading a paperback book with a cover depicting a seagull in a state of high-altitude philosophical crisis. I walked along the line of cars observing this new American ritual. It was a masterpiece of organized misery. To my left, a woman in a floral patterned dress that could have doubled as a slipcover for a sofa was vigorously shaking a plastic container at a man in a uniform. The uniform belonged to a gas station attendant, a title that in this year apparently carried the same weight as a high priest in ancient Egypt or a clerk of the court in Virginia. He held the nozzle of a black hose with the practiced nonchalance of a man who knows he holds the keys to the kingdom. "Only 5 gallons," he shouted, his voice ringing out over the hum of idling engines. "Don't care if you're driving to the moon, lady. 5 gallons or keep it moving." The woman shrieked something about the oil embargo and the sheiks. Now, I have always had a soft spot for a good conspiracy. In my day, we blamed the railroads or the gold speculators. In 1974, the villain of the piece appeared to be a group of gentlemen in the Middle East who had realized that the Western world had traded its legs for internal combustion engines and were now prepared to charge an arm and a leg for the privilege of not using either. I approached the attendant during a brief lull in the hostilities. He was leaning against a pump, wiping grease onto a rag that was already so filthy it was likely a biological hazard. "A word, if I may," I said. "I am a stranger to these parts, and frankly, to this entire epoch. Am I to understand that the American dream has been reduced to the size of a 5-gallon jerry can?" The attendant squinted at me. "You're that guy from the bus station, the one with the silver dollar. Look, old-timer, the world's running out of juice. The Arabs turned off the faucet, and now we're all just spinning our wheels. You want gas, you gotta wait. You want a lecture, go to the university, though they're probably on strike too." "Running out of juice," I repeated. "It is a remarkable thing. Man spends a century perfecting a machine that can travel 100 miles an hour, and then spends the next century standing still in a line to feed it. It's like building a magnificent thoroughbred and then realizing the only thing it eats is unicorn feathers, which are currently being withheld by a disgruntled wizard." I leaned against a sign that advertised S and H green stamps, yet another currency of this age that appeared to have no relation to actual gold or labor, but functioned as a sort of liturgical paper for the church of shopping. "Tell me," I continued, "what do these people do while they wait? I see them reading books about seagulls. I see them listening to boxes that emit a rhythmic thumping sound, and I see them staring into space with the vacant intensity of a cow contemplating a fence post." "They listen to the radio," the attendant said, "waiting for the news, waiting to hear if Nixon's going to quit or if the price of eggs is going to hit $1. "Ah, Nixon," I said, "a man who seems to be held in the same high regard as a case of the shingles. I saw him on the television. He has the eyes of a man who is constantly expecting a process server to climb through his window." The attendant chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "You got that right. He's Tricky Dick for a reason. But hey, at least he's not a hippie. I'll take a crook over long hair any day of the week." I looked down the street at a group of long hairs who were sitting on the curb near the gas station. They were dressed in denim that had been intentionally subjected to more abuse than a mule in a mine shaft. One of them was playing a guitar and singing a song about the wind and the answer. I wandered over to them. I have always found that the most honest account of a civilization is found among those who have opted out of its primary ambitions. "Greetings, children of the light," I said. adopting what I hoped was a tone of benevolent mystery. "I see you are not in the line. Have you found a way to move through the world without the aid of the oily nectar?" A young woman with hair the color of sun-bleached hay and a headband made of braided string looked up at me. She smiled, revealing a set of teeth that had clearly never met a dentist she didn't like. "We're just being, man," she said. "The car culture is like a total ego trip. We're hitching or walking. The earth provides, you know." "The earth provides many things," I noted, "including mud, mosquitoes, and the occasional landslide. But I admire your spirit. There is a certain dignity in refusing to participate in a race where the prize is merely the chance to pay more for less. Tell me, what is the answer that is currently being sought in the wind?" "Love," she said, as if she were revealing the secret of the philosopher's stone. "And like getting rid of the bad vibes." "Love and the absence of bad vibes," I said, nodding slowly. "It is a noble platform. I suspect, however, that you will find bad vibes to be a remarkably resilient species of weed. They have survived the fall of Rome, the Inquisition, and the invention of the income tax. I doubt they will be defeated by a guitar and a headband, but I wish you every success in your horticultural endeavors." I left them to their being and returned to my observation post. The sun was beating down on the roofs of the land yachts, creating a shimmering haze of heat and exhaust. It occurred to me that this was the true 1974, a civilization caught in a traffic jam of its own making, governed by a man who wasn't a crook, fueled by a substance they couldn't get, and entertained by seagulls that spoke like theologians. I looked at the line of cars, reaching as far as the eye could see, a glittering, motionless dragon of steel. "I have seen the future," I whispered to myself, "and it is currently idling in neutral, waiting for a man with a hose to tell it that it may proceed for another 20 miles before the next great fast begins." I turned my back on the gas station and began to walk. My legs were old, and my suit was white, and the world was strange. But as long as I didn't require a license plate ending in an odd number to move my own feet, I reckoned I was still the fastest thing on the road. The American of 1974 is a man who will spend 4 hours in a line to save 40 cents and then spend $40 on a dinner of melted cheese to celebrate his frugality. He is a marvel of contradictory impulses, wrapped in polyester and delivered by a bus that is always 20 minutes late. Extract from Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Oracle in the Mahogany Box. The American home of 1974 is not so much a place of refuge as it is a laboratory for the testing of human patience and the endurance of synthetic fibers. I found myself invited into one of these domestic laboratories by a man named Arthur, whom I had encountered while he was attempting to coax a station wagon, a vehicle that appeared to be part locomotive and part mahogany sideboard, into a suburban driveway. Arthur was a man of immense enthusiasm and very little forehead, possessed of a smile that suggested he had recently been told the secret of the universe and found it to be a moderately amusing joke. "Come on in, Sam," he cried, as if we had been bunking together in a silver mine for a decade. "You got to see the new setup. We just got the 19-inch Zenith, solid state, no tubes. It's the future, man." I entered the dwelling and was immediately struck by a sensation of profound botanical confusion. The floor was covered in something called Shag carpeting. Now, in my day, a carpet was a flat, sensible affair meant to provide a buffer between one's boots and the floorboards. This, however, was a dense 3-inch forest of lime green yarn that had been allowed to grow wild and untamed. It was like walking on a very flat, very long-haired dog that had been recently shampooed but never brushed. "Is there a reason, Arthur?" I asked, lifting my feet with the exaggerated care of a man crossing a swamp. "That you have decided to move the meadow inside? And does this floor require a lawn mower or simply a very patient barber?" Arthur laughed, a sound like a bag of marbles being dropped on a tambourine. "That's the Emerald Isle shag, Sam. It's the latest thing. You can lose a dime in there and not find it until the next administration." I looked around the room. The walls were paneled in a dark, mournful wood that had never seen a tree, and the air carried the scent of lemon pledge and a peculiar lingering aroma of burnt popcorn. But the true master of the house was not Arthur, nor his wife Martha, who appeared to be a woman primarily composed of hair rollers and floral print polyester, but a large, hulking mahogany box that sat in the corner like a silent, brooding deity. This was the television. In my previous existence, if a man wanted to be entertained, he had to go to the theater, read a book, or find a particularly talented liar at the local tavern. In 1974, the entertainment is piped directly into the parlor through a glowing pane of glass, and the results are enough to make a man wonder if the human brain has decided to take an indefinite sabbatical. "Sit down, Sam. The Price is Right is just starting," Arthur commanded, gesturing toward a chair made of a material that felt like petrified oatmeal. I sat. The box flickered to life with a hum that sounded like a swarm of angry bees. Suddenly, the screen was filled with a man whose teeth were so white and so numerous that I suspected he had several extra sets installed for backup. He was shouting. He was shouting at a group of women who were screaming with a fervor I had previously only seen during the Second Great Awakening. "What has happened?" I whispered, leaning forward. "Is there a fire? Has someone been murdered? Why are these women behaving as if they have just witnessed the second coming?" "They're trying to guess the price of a bottle of floor wax," Martha explained, her eyes fixed on the screen with the intensity of a hawk eyeing a field mouse. I watched in silent horror. A woman in a pink jumpsuit was weeping, actually weeping, because she had correctly identified that a box of laundry detergent cost 89 cents. She was then invited to spin a giant wheel, which she did with the desperate strength of a drowning sailor reaching for a rope. "This is the pinnacle of your civilization?" I asked. "You have split the atom, you have conquered the moon, and now you gather in your parlors to watch your fellow citizens suffer a nervous breakdown over the cost of a canned ham?" "It's a game show, Sam," Arthur said, though he didn't look away from the screen. "It's fun. Look at that spin. If she hits the dollar, she wins a trip to Hawaii." I realized then that the television was not merely a machine. It was a sedative. It was a way for the modern American to outsource his imagination. Why bother thinking for oneself when a man with a lacquered pompadour can do the thinking for you, provided you agree to watch a brief film about the virtues of a particular brand of margarine? But the wonders did not end there. As the sun began to set, Martha announced that it was time for TV dinners. She disappeared into the kitchen and returned a few minutes later with several rectangular aluminum trays. Each tray was divided into 4 distinct compartments, as if the food were a group of prisoners who could not be trusted to associate with one another. In one compartment was a slab of gray meat, covered in a viscous brown liquid. In another, a pile of peas that were of a green so vibrant they appeared to be radioactive. In the third, a dollop of mashed potatoes that had the structural integrity of wet plaster. And in the fourth, a lonely, shriveled apple cobbler. "We're having them in the den," Martha said, placing the trays on small folding metal tables that looked like they had been designed to collapse at the mere mention of a heavy fork. "And how, madam, did you prepare this feast so quickly?" I inquired. "I did not hear the clatter of pans or the stoking of a fire." "The radar range," Arthur beamed, pointing to a box on the kitchen counter that looked like a safe. "It uses microwaves, it excites the molecules in the food, cooks a potato in 5 minutes." I looked at the meat in my tray. "It excites the molecules, does it? I must say, Arthur, this meat looks remarkably calm for something that has recently been subjected to molecular excitement. In fact, it looks as if it has been dead twice, once in the field and once in this box of yours." I took a bite of the peas. They had the texture of small, waterlogged marbles. I have often said that the only way to keep your health is to eat what you don't want, drink what you don't like, and do what you'd rather not, I mused, pushing a pea around my tray. "I see that in 1974 you have streamlined this process by making all 3 happen simultaneously at the dinner table." We sat in the flickering blue light of the zenith, the only sound the clinking of forks against aluminum and the canned laughter of a sitcom playing on the screen. The sitcom concerned a family that appeared to spend all their time insulting one another in a brightly lit living room. "Why are they laughing?" I asked, pointing to the screen. "The man just told his wife she looks like a disgruntled cabbage. In my day, that would lead to a divorce, or at least a very long silence. Why is there a chorus of invisible ghosts cackling in the background?" "That's the laugh track, Sam," Arthur said. "It tells you when something's funny." "Ah," I said, leaning back. "How convenient. A machine to tell you what to see, a box to excite your peas, and a ghost to tell you when to laugh. It seems the modern American is a man who is being relieved of the burden of living his own life. He is a spectator at his own existence, watching a glowing screen to find out what he should buy, what he should eat, and when he should find something amusing." I looked at Arthur and Martha. They were silhouetted against the blue light, their faces vacant and peaceful, like 2 statues in a temple dedicated to the god of boredom. They were perfectly happy. They were with it. They were grooving. "Arthur," I said softly, "if I were to tell you that in my time we spent our evenings on the porch watching the fireflies and talking until the stars came out, what would you say?" Arthur blinked, his eyes slowly adjusting to the darkness of the room. He looked at me for a moment, his mind seemingly struggling to process a world without a 19-inch zenith. "I'd say that sounds like a real drag, Sam," he said, before turning back to the screen. "Hey, look, it's the commercial for the new Ford Pinto. They say it's a real blast." I sighed and turned my attention back to my shriveled apple cobbler. I decided then that if this was the me decade, I was beginning to understand why everyone was so desperate to find someone else to look at, even if it was just a man screaming about the price of floor wax. The television is a most remarkable invention. It allows people who have nothing to say to talk to people who have nothing to do, and ensures that neither party is ever troubled by a stray thought. It is the only oracle in history that demands you pay for the privilege of being told that your breath smells like a swamp and your laundry is insufficiently white. Extract from Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Long Goodbye of the Ornamented Scoundrel. It has been my observation that the Almighty, in His infinite wisdom and sense of irony, occasionally grants a man enough rope not only to hang himself, but to weave a decorative hammock for his own public execution. In the year 1974, that man was Richard Milhouse Nixon, a gentleman who possessed the peculiar twitchy charisma of a man who had just been caught trying to steal the communion wine and was attempting to pass it off as a sudden interest in viticulture. I found myself sitting in a barber shop in the heart of a city that seemed to be holding its breath, or perhaps just choking on the fumes of a passing gremlin. The barber, a man with sideburns that looked like two sleeping squirrels attached to his jawbones, was vigorously snapping a white cloth over my shoulders. "Rough times, Pops," he said, brandishing a pair of shears with a terrifying lack of focus. "The tapes are coming out. The smoking gun is warm to the touch. It's all over but the shouting, and Lord knows there's plenty of that." I looked at the newspaper folded in my lap. The headline was large enough to be seen from a low-orbiting satellite. It spoke of expletive deleteds and cover-ups, and a gap in a recording that lasted 18.5 minutes, a silence so profound and so expensive that it was currently outvaluing the gross national product of most small European principalities. "It is a fascinating development," I remarked, watching my reflection in the mirror. An old man in a white suit, looking like a ghost who had wandered into a disco by mistake. In my day, a politician had the basic common sense to commit his crimes in the dark, or at least in the company of people who were equally compromised. To record one's own conspiracies on a magnetic ribbon strikes me as a level of vanity that borders on the theological. It is as if a burglar decided to leave behind a signed photograph and a detailed map of his getaway route simply because he was proud of the penmanship. The barber snorted. "He says he's not a crook. Said it right on the TV." "Yes," I said, "I saw that. It was a masterpiece of the genre. When a man feels the need to inform the public that he is not a criminal, he is essentially providing the jury with a convenient summary of the prosecution's closing argument. If I were to tell you, sir, that I am not a professional chicken thief, your first instinct would not be to admire my honesty, but to go home and double-check the lock on your coop." I turned my attention back to the newspaper. The Watergate affair, a name that sounds like a particularly dull plumbing convention, but had turned out to be a grand opera of stupidity, revolved around a group of men who had broken into a hotel to find out what their opponents were thinking. This, in itself, was the first mistake. Expecting to find a coherent thought in a political headquarters is like searching for a snowflake in a blast furnace. You may find the residue of one, but the substance has long since evaporated. But the true genius of the debacle lay in the tapes. "The expletive deleted is what gets me," I mused, pointing to the transcript. I have spent a lifetime among riverboat pilots and miners, men who could skin a mule with a single, well-placed paragraph of profanity. I find it deeply insulting to the American public that the government thinks we are too delicate to hear the president's own curses. If a man is going to dismantle the Constitution, the least he can do is use an honest, four-letter Anglo-Saxon verb to describe the process. "He's resigning," the barber said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Tonight. He's going to get in that helicopter and fly away, like a bird, a big, sweating, misunderstood bird." "A phoenix," I suggested, "that has decided to skip the whole rising from the ashes part and just move directly to the ashes." That evening, I returned to Arthur's parlor, the temple of Shag and television. The mood was somber. Even the microwave seemed to be humming in a lower, more funereal key. Martha had prepared a plate of pigs in a blanket, which consisted of small sausages wrapped in a dough that had the consistency of a damp handkerchief. "He's on," Arthur whispered. The oracle flickered. There was Richard. He looked like a man who had spent the last 48 hours being chewed on by a very small, very persistent dog. He spoke of the national interest and the need for healing, and he did so with the sincerity of a used carriage salesman explaining why the wheel fell off 5 minutes after the sale. He didn't apologize. A politician apologizing is like a cat offering a sincere retraction for a bird. The sentiment is noble, but the feathers are still sticking out of his mouth. Instead, he simply announced that he would be leaving at noon the next day. "Well," I said to the silent room, "there goes the first president to be defeated by a piece of brown plastic tape. It is a humble end for a man who commanded the most powerful military force in history. He survived the Cold War, he survived the communists, but he was eventually brought down by his own urge to listen to himself talk." The next day, the entire nation, including the avocado-wearing youth and the lady with the blue fortress hair, gathered around the television to watch the final act. We saw the president walk across the lawn toward the helicopter. It was a magnificent piece of theater. At the top of the stairs, he turned and raised his arms in a double V sign, the gesture of victory. "What is he doing?" Martha gasped. "He's leaving in disgrace. Why is he throwing the V?" "It is a reflex, my dear," I explained. "When a man has spent his entire life pretending to be a winner, the muscles in his arms simply refuse to accept the reality of the situation. It is a final, desperate lie told by the elbows. He is telling the world he has won, even as the pilot is warming up the engine to take him into the wilderness of history." The helicopter rose, its blades whipping up a cloud of dust and discarded gum wrappers. It hovered for a moment, a steel dragonfly against the pale sky of 1974, and then it turned toward the horizon. Arthur let out a long, shaky breath. "Well, that's that. I guess the nightmare is over." "My dear Arthur," I said, reaching for my pipe, and realizing too late that it was an even day and I was out of tobacco, "the nightmare is never over. It merely changes its hairstyle. Yesterday we had a president who recorded his own secrets. Tomorrow we shall have a president who probably won't be able to find his own shoes. The names change, the collars grow longer, and the polyester becomes more flammable. But the fundamental nature of the political animal remains the same." I looked at the screen, which was now showing a commercial for a product called Pet Rocks. A man has just resigned the highest office in the land, I noted, and the next thing your oracle tells you is that you should buy a stone and treat it like a spaniel. If that isn't the perfect summary of the year 1974, I don't know what is. You have exchanged a crook for a rock. On the whole, it is an improvement in stability, if not in intellect. I walked to the window and looked out at the street. The gasoline line was still there, the land yachts were still idling. The sun was setting over a landscape of shag carpet and wood-paneled dreams. "Farewell, Richard," I whispered to the empty air. "You were a scoundrel, but at least you were an interesting scoundrel. I fear that the men who come after you will be just as crooked, but they will be significantly more boring, and they will certainly have much better lawyers to tell them to stay away from the tape recorder." I turned back to the room. "Arthur," I said, "is there any more of that excited apple cobbler? If the Republic is going to collapse, I'd like to be sufficiently sugared for the event." Politics is the art of looking for trouble, finding it everywhere, diagnosing it incorrectly, and applying the wrong remedies. In 1974, we have added a new step, recording the entire process on a high-fidelity reel-to-reel, so that posterity can laugh at us with perfect clarity. Extract from Chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Polyester Plague and the Disco Seizure. It has been said, mostly by people who have never had to wash their own laundry, that clothes make the man. If this be true, then the man of 1974 is a creature fashioned from recycled milk jugs, pressed into a state of permanent, unyielding crease, and colored with the frantic palette of a rainbow that has suffered a nervous breakdown. I have spent my life in the company of honest fabrics. I understand wool, which keeps you warm while making you itch like a dog with a grudge. I understand silk, which is the province of the wealthy and the wickedly inclined, and I understand linen, which wrinkles if you so much as think a thirsty thought, but at least it has the decency to breathe. But in 1974, the world has been conquered by a substance called polyester. "Sam, you can't go out looking like a funeral director," Arthur told me one evening. He was standing in his bedroom, struggling to zip up a garment that I can only describe as a leisure suit. It was the color of a very old, very tired tangerine, and it possessed a collar so vast and expansive that I feared a sudden gust of wind might lift Arthur off the ground and deposit him in the next county. "I am comfortable in my funeral attire, Arthur," I replied, watching him battle the zipper. "It serves as a constant reminder of my mortality, which is a useful thing to keep in mind when one is surrounded by furniture made of plastic and music made of electricity. Why are you dressing like an overripe citrus fruit? Is there a citrus-themed masquerade you neglected to mention?" "We're going to the Gilded Lily, Sam. It's a discotheque. You gotta look sharp. Here, put this on." He tossed a shirt at me. It felt slick and slightly clammy, like the skin of a shark that had been left out in the sun. It was decorated with a pattern of interlocking geometric shapes in shades of brown, ochre, and a yellow that could only be described as nauseous. "This is not a shirt, Arthur," I said, holding it up with 2 fingers. "This is a map of a nightmare. Why does it shine? Why does it feel as though it was manufactured in a refinery rather than a loom? It's Kiana. It's drip-dry. You can spill a gallon of punch on it, wipe it off with a damp rag, and you're ready for the next dance. The fact that a garment is impervious to liquid is not a recommendation, I noted. A tin roof is also impervious to liquid, but I do not see men wearing shingles to a social gathering. A shirt should have a soul. It should absorb one's perspiration and one's sins. This is a suit of armor for a man who plans to do nothing more dangerous than eat a shrimp cocktail. Nevertheless, to satisfy my host's misplaced sense of grooviness, I donned the garment. I felt as if I had been shrink-wrapped for shipment. The fabric clung to my ribs with a suffocating familiarity, and the collar poked me in the ears. I looked in the mirror and saw a man who had apparently given up on his literary reputation in favor of a career in middle management at a carpet warehouse. We arrived at the Gilded Lily shortly after 10. I had expected a ballroom. What I found was a subterranean cavern that appeared to be the site of a very expensive electrical malfunction. The air was thick with a fog that smelled of dry ice and a cologne called Brut, which possessed a scent that sat somewhere between a pine forest and a chemical spill. In the center of the room was a floor made of glowing colored tiles, and hanging from the ceiling was a giant rotating sphere covered in thousands of tiny mirrors. "What is that?" I shouted over a noise that sounded like a steam engine having a rhythmic seizure. "Is that a navigational aid for lost mariners? Or has a giant disco ball-shaped spider laid an egg in the rafters?" "It's a mirror ball, Sam," Arthur yelled back, his tangerine suit glowing in the strobe lights. "It's for the vibe." I watched the vibe. It was a scene of collective madness. 100 people, all clad in various shades of plastic and neon, were engaged in a ritual that looked like a cross between a military drill and a localized neurological event. They moved in unison, pointing their fingers toward the ceiling and then toward the floor, their hips swiveling with a mechanical intensity that suggested they were being operated by a hidden set of gears. "What do they call this?" I asked, leaning close to Arthur's ear. "Is it a religious penance? Are they trying to ward off an evil spirit?" "It's the hustle!" Arthur shouted before launching himself onto the floor. I retreated to a dark corner and observed. The music, if one can call a relentless, repetitive thumping music, was a masterpiece of industrial efficiency. It did not have the soul of a fiddle or the wit of a piano. It had the cold, unyielding drive of a factory assembly line. It was designed to keep the human body in motion while the human mind was kept in a state of suspended animation. I watched a man in a white suit, a younger, more flammable version of myself, who was dancing with a woman in a dress that appeared to be made of liquid silver. He was performing a series of spins and kicks that would have been impressive in a circus, but here seemed merely desperate. He was sweating profusely, and I realized then the true horror of polyester. It does not breathe. The man was essentially a human boiler, his heat trapped within his plastic shell, his only escape the rhythmic flailing of his limbs. It is a fascinating study in human vanity. I mused to a nearby potted plant, which I suspected was also made of plastic. Man has spent thousands of years evolving from the ape, so that he might stand upright and contemplate the stars. And now, having reached the pinnacle of his development, he chooses to descend into a dark basement, dress himself in oil-based fabrics, and mimic the motions of a windshield wiper under a rotating mirror. A young woman approached me. She was wearing a headband and a pair of earrings the size of dinner plates. "You're not dancing, Pops," she said, her voice barely audible over the thumping. Don't you feel the boogie?" "My dear," I said, "I have felt many things in my long life. I have felt the sting of a Missouri winter, the thrill of a winning hand at poker, and the quiet satisfaction of a well-turned phrase. But I can safely say that the boogie has yet to make its acquaintance with my nervous system. Tell me, why do you all move in exactly the same way? Is there a law? Is there a drill sergeant hidden in the speakers?" "It's just the beat, man," she said, swaying. "You just gotta let go and be free." "Free?" I asked. "You are all wearing identical collars, dancing the identical steps to a song that sounds identical to the one that played 10 minutes ago. If this is freedom, I should hate to see what you consider a prison. At least in a prison, the guards have the decency to let you sit down once in a while." She laughed, a bright, empty sound, and drifted back into the glowing fog. I looked up at the mirror ball. It threw thousands of tiny, dancing flecks of light across the room, turning the dancers into fragmented ghosts. It was a perfect metaphor for the age. Everything was broken into small, shiny pieces. Everything was reflected, but nothing was real. The emotions were as synthetic as the shirts. The joy was as manufactured as the radar-range potatoes. And the vibe was something you bought at a store and plugged into the wall. As the night wore on, the hustle gave way to something called slow dancing, which appeared to be a method for two people to lean against one another in a state of exhaustion while the singer on the record wailed about a broken heart. I found Arthur at the bar, his tangerine suit now stained with what appeared to be a blue cocktail. He looked as if he had been through a laundry cycle on the heavy-duty setting. "Ready to go, Sam?" he asked, his voice hoarse. "That was a gas, wasn't it?" "It was certainly something involving gas, Arthur," I replied, though I suspect most of it was of the methane variety. "Tell me, do you feel self-actualized now? Have you found yourself amidst the strobe lights in the Kiana?" Arthur grinned, wiping his brow. "I just feel like I need a shower and a nap." "But hey, it's 1974. You gotta live it up before the pet rocks take over." We emerged from the club into the cool night air. The street was quiet, save for the distant hum of a land yacht. I unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of my pattern-mapped nightmare of a shirt and felt the first breath of real air I had tasted in hours. "Arthur," I said as we walked toward the car, "I have decided that the secret to surviving your century is quite simple. One must merely remember that everything is temporary, especially the fashion. In 20 years, people will look at photographs of tonight and wonder if there was something in the water that caused a temporary loss of aesthetic judgment. They will laugh at your collars, they will mock your shoes, and they will find your mirror ball to be a quaint relic of a confused era." "And what will they say about you, Sam?" Arthur asked. "They will say," I replied, "that I was the only man in the room who had the good sense to know that if God had intended for men to wear plastic, he would have made the sheep out of vinyl." I looked back at the neon sign of the Gilded Lily as it flickered in the dark. It was a bright, gaudy flame, and the people inside were the moths, drawn to a heat that wasn't real and a light that didn't illuminate anything but their own vanity. I climbed into the station wagon, leaning my head against the faux wood paneling, and prayed that my white linen suit was waiting for me at home, patient and wrinkled and gloriously, honestly human. Fashion is a form of ugliness so intolerable that we have to alter it every 6 months. But polyester is a form of ugliness so durable that it will likely be the only thing the archaeologists of the future find of us. They will conclude that the Americans of the 1970s were a race of shiny, non-biodegradable giants who worshipped a rotating sphere and spent their evenings pointing at the ceiling in a state of rhythmic confusion. Extract from Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Me in the Mirror and the Great Inner Puddle. I have discovered that the chief industry of the year 1974 is not the manufacture of steel, nor the cultivation of cotton, nor even the refined art of political embezzlement. No, the primary business of this singular era is the intensive, high-speed production of the self. In my previous century, if a man felt a sudden urge to contemplate his own soul, he generally did so in private, usually while sitting on a porch with a pipe, or perhaps during a particularly long sermon when the preacher had wandered into the weeds of Leviticus. If he found his soul to be in a state of disrepair, he either repented, took a tonic, or went to work, the latter being a remarkably effective cure for most spiritual ailments. But in 1974, the self has become a sort of national monument that requires constant maintenance, public funding, and a specialized vocabulary that would make a Greek philosopher faint from sheer exhaustion. Everyone I meet is currently searching for themselves, as if they had accidentally left their identity in their other pair of bell-bottoms and couldn't remember which closet they'd tucked them in. Sam, you've got to come with me to the Harmonious Convergence Seminar tonight, Arthur said, looking at me with a light in his eyes that suggested he had either seen a vision of the promised land or had been hitting the fondue wine. It's about peeling back the layers. It's about finding the real you that's buried under all the societal shoulds. Arthur, I said, leaning back in my chair and contemplating the lime-green shag carpet, I have spent 74 years, give or take a few decades of being dead, under the impression that I was right here. If there is another real me buried somewhere inside, I suspect he is a very cramped and disgruntled individual who would prefer to be left alone. Why on earth would I want to peel back layers? A man with no layers is merely a puddle of nerves and bile, and generally a nuisance to his neighbors. It's not like that. It's enlightenment. It's I'm okay, you're okay. The fact that you feel the need to reassure me of our mutual okayness only makes me deeply suspicious that one of us is, in fact, quite the opposite, I noted. However, I have never been one to turn down a front-row seat to a new species of humbug. Lead on, Arthur. Let us go and see if we can find your missing personhood. The seminar was held in the Galaxy ballroom of a local hotel, a room that had clearly never seen a galaxy, but had seen a great deal of beige wallpaper and cigarette ash. The air was thick with the scent of patchouli, peppermint tea, and the quiet, desperate hum of 300 people trying very hard to be profound. At the front of the room stood a man named Brother Harmony. He was a gentleman of indeterminate age, possessed of a tan that looked as if it had been applied by a professional house painter, and a white turtleneck that was so tight it appeared to be trying to decapitate him. "Close your eyes," Brother Harmony whispered into a microphone, his voice dripping with a synthetic serenity. Visualize your ego as a balloon. Now take a pin and pop it." I looked around. 300 adults sat with their eyes squeezed shut, miming the destruction of their invisible balloons. "Arthur," I whispered, "if these people truly popped their egos, the explosion would level 3 city blocks and send that mirror ball at the disco spinning into the next state. This man is not a teacher. He is an unlicensed pyrotechnician of the soul." "Shh!" Arthur hissed. "I'm visualizing." Brother Harmony then instructed us to engage in transactional analysis. We were to turn to our neighbor and share our inner truth. My neighbor was a woman named Brenda, who wore a dress covered in large orange sunflowers and a necklace made of what appeared to be petrified macaroni. "I feel," Brenda said, clutching my hands with a grip that would have done credit to a professional wrestler, "that my inner child is crying out for a space where she can just be." "My dear madam," I replied, "if your inner child is crying, she likely needs a nap or a piece of bread and jam. This modern habit of carrying a toddler around inside your psyche seems to me an unnecessary burden. When I was a child, I was quite enough trouble for my mother. I see no reason to inflict my younger self upon my elderly years." Brenda blinked, her eyes widening behind glasses the size of saucers. "You're blocking," she said. "You're manifesting a parental ego state. You need to let go of your shoulds." "I have already let go of most of my shoulds," I said. "I should be in a cemetery in Elmira, New York. But instead, I am in a Galaxy ballroom, listening to a man in a turtleneck talk about balloons. I believe I am the very model of spontaneity." The evening progressed from the absurd to the genuinely alarming. Brother Harmony announced that it was time for the primal release. "I want you to find that scream," he crooned. "The scream you've been holding in since the first grade, the scream of the repressed spirit. On the count of 3, give it to the universe." The resulting sound was something I shall never forget. It was not a scream of terror or of pain or even of anger. It was a collective, multi-octave bray of 300 people who were bored with their own comfort. It sounded like a steamship boiler exploding in a pen full of agitated mules. I sat perfectly still, my fingers in my ears, watching as Arthur turned various shades of purple while shrieking at the ceiling. When the noise finally died down, a profound silence fell over the room. Brother Harmony smiled, a slow, terrifyingly symmetrical smile. "How do we feel?" "I feel empty," a man in the front row sobbed. "Excellent," Brother Harmony cried. "Emptiness is the vessel of fulfillment. That'll be $50 for the workbook, which you can pick up at the back." I stood up and smoothed my white linen jacket. "Arthur, I have seen enough. This is not a search for the soul. This is a search for a way to make the soul profitable. In my day, we had camp meetings and revivals. They were loud, they were dusty, and they involved a great deal of shouting about hellfire, but at least the preacher had the decency to offer you a way out of the fire. This man is merely charging you for the privilege of standing in the smoke." We walked out into the cool evening air. Arthur looked exhausted but strangely satisfied, like a man who had just finished a marathon but couldn't remember why he'd started running in the first place. "You're a cynic, Sam," he said, slumping against the side of his station wagon. "You don't understand the me-decade. We're tired of the old ways. We're tired of the war, the politics, the rules. We just want to be ourselves." "But that is the grand joke of it, Arthur," I said, lighting a cigar. A real one I had managed to secure from a man who didn't care about license plate numbers. You spend all this money and all this time trying to find yourselves, but you never stop to ask if the person you're looking for is actually worth finding. Suppose you peel back all those layers Brenda was talking about, and you find that at the very center there is nothing but a small, confused man who likes lemon-flavored gelatin and doesn't know how to program his microwave. What then? Arthur looked at me, a flicker of genuine thought crossing his face. Then I guess I'd be disappointed. Exactly, I said, exhaling a plume of smoke. The genius of Brother Harmony and his ilk is that they never let you reach the center. They just sell you more layers. They tell you that you are a vast, unexplored continent, when in fact, most of us are just a reasonably well-plotted backyard with a few weeds and a leaky hose. I looked up at the stars, which were mercifully free of beige wallpaper. The tragedy of 1974, I continued, is that you have become so fascinated by the mirror that you have forgotten to look out the window. You are so busy analyzing your transactions that you've forgotten how to have a simple conversation. You scream at the universe to find your inner child, when the actual children are probably at home wondering why their parents are behaving like lunatics in a hotel ballroom. Arthur sighed. Maybe, but I'm okay, you're okay, feels better than I'm a sinner, you're a sinner. Perhaps, I conceded, but a sinner has the advantage of knowing exactly what he's done wrong. An okay person is just a man who has decided to stop trying to be better. And if there is one thing the human race cannot afford, it is a sudden outbreak of satisfied mediocrity. We drove home in silence, past the darkened gas stations and the rows of identical suburban houses. I realized then that the me-decade was the ultimate luxury. It was the fruit of a society so wealthy and so safe that it had nothing left to worry about but its own navel. As I climbed into my bed, blessedly free of shag yarn, I thought of Brother Harmony and his balloon. The trouble with popping your ego, I whispered to the dark, is that you're the one who has to clean up the rubber. I closed my eyes, deciding that for tonight I was perfectly content to remain a man of many layers, most of them made of honest linen and a healthy amount of skepticism. I didn't need to find myself. I knew exactly where I was. I was in a year that was quite mad, in a body that was quite old, and in a world that was currently screaming into the void and charging $50 for the transcript. And as far as I was concerned, that was more than okay. It was hilarious. Self-actualization is the process by which a man who has everything he needs convinces himself that he is missing something he cannot name. He then pays a stranger to help him look for it in a room full of other people who are also looking for things they haven't lost. It is the most expensive form of hide-and-seek ever devised by the mind of man. Extract from Chapter 6. Chapter 7. The Pet Rock Revolution. It has been my long-held belief that the difference between a man and a jackass is that the jackass, despite his many vocal shortcomings and his unfortunate ears, generally possesses the good sense not to pay hard-earned currency for a thing he can find for free in his own backyard. A jackass will not trade his oats for a pile of gravel, no matter how handsomely the gravel is packaged. Man, however, specifically the American man of 1974, has reached a stage of evolutionary refinement where he will not only buy the gravel, but he will also insist on a certificate of pedigree for it. I found myself wandering through a department store that smelled of floor wax and the quiet desperation of middle-aged men looking for a hobby. I was searching for a pair of socks, honest cotton socks that didn't feel like they were trying to conduct an electrical experiment on my ankles, when I encountered a crowd of people gathered around a display that looked, for all the world, like a very small, very upscale kennel. There were cardboard boxes, each provided with small air holes so that the inhabitant might not suffocate. A thoughtful gesture, I supposed, if the inhabitant had lungs. But these were not boxes for puppies or kittens or even the occasional wayward hamster. "Step right up, sir!" a young man in a polyester vest cried out, his eyes gleaming with the predatory light of a man who has discovered a way to sell the very air we breathe. "Get your pet rock, the only pet that never needs feeding, never needs walking, and never, ever dies." I approached the counter and peered into one of the boxes. Nestled on a bed of excelsior straw was a small, gray, unremarkable stone. It was the kind of stone that a boy might use to skip across a pond, or that a disgruntled citizen might use to remind a window of its fragility. It was, by all geological accounts, a lump of granite with the personality of a brick. "You are telling me," I said, leaning over the counter and adjusting my spectacles, "that people are paying $4, real government-sanctioned dollars, for a rock? A rock that you likely harvested from a construction site or a very disappointed garden." "This isn't just a rock, Pops," the youth said, holding one up with the reverence usually reserved for the Hope Diamond. "This is a pet rock. It comes with a 32-page training manual. It's the ultimate companion for the modern age. No mess, no noise, no vet bills." I picked up the training manual. I have read many things in my life, the works of Shakespeare, the navigational charts of the Mississippi, and the lies of the morning newspapers. But I have never encountered a work of such magnificent, unadulterated humbug. The manual informed me, with a straight face and a clear conscience, how to teach my rock to sit and stay. It noted that roll over was a more advanced maneuver that required a steep hill and a great deal of patience, and that attack was a command best reserved for situations where the owner was prepared to throw the pet at an intruder. "It is a stroke of genius," I mused, turning the rock over in my hand. "In my day, we called this being cheated. In 1974, you call it marketing. I suppose the training manual for stay is particularly brief. I imagine the rock is a natural at it. I have never known a stone to be possessed by a sudden, frantic urge to go for a jog or visit the local tavern." "People love 'em," the salesman insisted. "We sold 1 million of 'em in 3 months. It's a craze, man. Everyone's got one." I looked at a woman standing next to me. She was cradling her pet rock box as if it contained a fragile infant. She was even cooing at it. "Madam," I said, "I beg your pardon, but do you truly believe that this geological specimen understands your affections? Do you expect it to wag its tail, assuming it can find one, when you return from the grocery store?" "It's just so easy," she replied, her eyes glazed with the peculiar fever of the consumer. "My cat is so demanding, but Rocky just listens. He's very grounded." "He is indeed grounded," I agreed. "He is, in fact, the very definition of the word. He is also remarkably silent, which I suppose is a virtue in an age where everyone else is screaming their inner truths in hotel ballrooms. But tell me, what happens if Rocky decides to run away? Do you post flyers on telephone poles? Missing, gray rock, answers to the name of quartz. Last seen sitting perfectly still on the mantelpiece? She huffed and walked away, clutching her boxed-up driveway to her chest. I turned back to the salesman. "You know," I said, "I have spent a lifetime observing the American character. I have seen us endure wars, droughts, and the invention of the income tax. But I have never seen a more profound expression of national exhaustion than the pet rock. You are a people so tired of responsibility, so weary of the complications of life, that you have decided to outsource your companionship to the mineral kingdom. You want a friend you can't offend, a pet you can't kill, and a conversation that never requires a reply." "It's a gag gift, Sam," Arthur said, appearing at my elbow with a box of his own. "It's funny. It's a joke on the whole idea of having a pet." "A $4 joke is a very expensive laugh, Arthur," I replied, "and the punchline is that the man who sold it to you is currently sitting on a beach in Tahiti, laughing at the fact that he convinced 1 million people to buy his landscaping refuse. He is the true artist of the 1970s. He didn't invent a better mousetrap. He simply convinced the world that a piece of cheese was a luxury item." I looked around the store. It was filled with similar absurdities. There were mood rings that changed color to tell you if you were angry, as if a man wouldn't notice he was shouting until his jewelry turned a particular shade of puce. There were executive yo-yos and Newton's cradles, little steel balls that clacked against one another in a perpetual, pointless rhythm, much like a committee meeting. It occurred to me that the pet rock was the perfect monument for 1974. The country was in a state of suspended animation. The president had flown away, the gasoline was locked in a vault, and the youth were running around naked. In such a world, a rock makes a great deal of sense. It is stable, it is honest. It doesn't promise hope or change or new deals. It just sits there, being a rock, and waits for the madness to pass. "Arthur," I said, "I have changed my mind. I shall buy one." "Really? You're getting a pet rock?" "No," I said. "I am buying a weapon. I am going to keep it in my pocket, and the next time a man tries to tell me that I am okay or that I should keep on trucking, I am going to present him with my new friend. I shall call him Reality, and I suspect that when he meets a man's forehead at 40 miles an hour, he will be the most actualized thing in the room." I paid for the rock, using a paper dollar this time as I didn't want to confuse the clerk with any more silver, and walked out into the mall. The mall was a cathedral of the unnecessary, a place where people came to worship at the altar of the new and improved, which usually meant the cheap and shiny. As I walked, I felt the weight of the rock in my pocket. It was a comforting weight. In a world of polyester and kyana, of flickering television oracles and excited molecules, the rock was the only thing that felt real. It was old. It had been around since the dawn of time, and it would be around long after the last leisure suit had crumbled into a pile of non-biodegradable dust. I sat down on a bench near a fountain that was currently dry because of the water shortage. Yet another thing the 1970s had managed to run out of, and took my pet out of his box. "Well, Rocky," I whispered, "what do you make of it? What do you think of a world where people buy stones because they're too busy to feed a dog? The rock, true to its training, said nothing. It stayed. It sat. It manifested a level of zen that Brother Harmony would have envied. I agree, I said, nodding. It's a damn fool business. But at least you and I know the secret. The only way to survive 1974 is to be as hard and as silent as a piece of granite, and to wait for the next century to come along and try to skip us into the trash. I put the rock back in my pocket and headed for the exit. I still didn't have any socks, but I had a new appreciation for the boundless ingenuity of the American swindler. And as I passed a display of lava lamps, glass tubes filled with undulating neon-colored sludge, I realized that the pet rock was actually quite a conservative choice. At least a rock doesn't look like a biological experiment gone wrong. Man is the only animal that can be convinced to pay for a souvenir of the ground he is currently standing on. The pet rock is the ultimate triumph of the human imagination over common sense. It proves that if you provide a cardboard box and a sense of irony, you can sell a man his own tombstone one piece at a time. Extract from Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Breaker, Breaker, and the Great Electronic Shouting Match. It has been my observation that man is a creature who possesses an unquenchable thirst for the sound of his own voice, provided that voice is being transmitted to someone he has never met and likely would not care to have dinner with. In my previous century, if you wished to insult a man 2 miles away, you required a megaphone, a very favorable wind, and a set of lungs harvested from a Missouri mule. But in 1974, the American public has discovered a way to broadcast their most trivial thoughts across the horizon using a small black box and a metal whip attached to the roof of their land yachts. This phenomenon is known as the Citizens Band Radio, or the CB for short. It is a device that allows any person, regardless of their intellect, their sobriety, or their possession of an actual message, to become a public broadcaster. It is the social media of the highway, a vast invisible parlor where everyone is talking and nobody is listening. The ornithological fraud of the handle. Breaker 19, this is the Golden Eagle. Do you have a copy on me? Come on, Arthur said, leaning over the dashboard of the station wagon with the intensity of a general directing a siege. I looked at Arthur. He was wearing a shirt with a pattern that suggested a kaleidoscope had suffered a violent internal hemorrhage. Arthur, I said, I have known you for several weeks now. You are a man whose most daring act in recent memory was opting for the extra crispy chicken at the buffet. You are a man who apologizes to his own shadow for stepping on it. Why on earth are you calling yourself the Golden Eagle? It's my handle, Sam, Arthur explained, his hand still hovering over the microphone. Everyone has one. You can't just use your real name. That would be, well, it would be weird. You need a persona, something tough, something that says you're a king of the road. I see, I replied. So, in order to facilitate honest communication between citizens, the first requirement is that everyone must lie about who they are. It is a magnificent system. I suppose if I were to join this electronic masquerade, I should call myself the Galloping Ghost, or the Midnight Avenger, or perhaps, given the current state of my digestion after that TV dinner, the Gastric Rumbler. You can be the river pilot, Sam. That's a great handle. Here, take the mic. Just say Breaker 19. I took the small plastic implement. It felt light and cheap, like everything else in this decade. I pressed the button. Greetings, invisible inhabitants of the ether. This is the river pilot speaking. I am currently traveling at a speed that would baffle a stagecoach, but appears to be infuriating the gentleman in the Cadillac behind us. Does anyone have anything of substance to report, or are we merely testing the limits of the atmosphere's patience? The radio erupted in a burst of static that sounded like 1,000 crickets being fed into a wood chipper. Then a voice emerged, a deep, gravelly rasp that seemed to be composed entirely of diesel fumes and regret. You got the rubber duck here, River Pilot. You're coming in wall to wall and treetop tall. Watch out for the plane wrapper at the 102 marker. He's got a picture taker pointed right at your tail feathers. 10-4? The sterilization of the mother tongue. I handed the microphone back to Arthur as if it were a hot coal. Arthur, what did that man just say? He spoke of ducks, tail feathers, and plane wrappers. Is the highway currently being haunted by a malevolent baker, or has the English language finally decided to pack its bags and leave the continent? He's warning us about a smoky, Arthur cried, his foot hovering over the brake. A plane wrapper is an unmarked police car. A picture taker is radar. He's telling us to slow down to the double nickel. The double nickel, I mused. You mean 55 miles per hour? The speed at which a reasonably healthy snail might feel a sense of accomplishment? It is a fascinating irony. You have built engines capable of outrunning a thunderstorm, and then you passed a law requiring them to move with the lethargy of a funeral procession. And to navigate this absurdity, you have invented a dialect that sounds like a code for a secret society of confused poultry. The 10-4 jargon is perhaps the greatest insult to the art of conversation. In my day, if you agreed with a man, you said, yes, or I reckon, or if you were feeling particularly loquacious, you speak the truth, sir. In 1974, you say 10-4. Why? Because it sounds official. It sounds like you are part of a grand mechanical hive mind. It strips the personality from the speaker and replaces it with a numerical designation, turning a human being into a mere component of the radio itself. Negatory, rubber duck, Arthur shouted into the mic, his face flushed with the thrill of the hunt. We'll keep our eyes peeled for that smoky. We're backed up and pushing. Catch you on the flip-flop. We gone. We gone, I repeated. Where are we gone, Arthur? We are still in the car. We are still sitting on the same sticky vinyl seats. We have not gone anywhere, yet you insist on announcing our departure to a man named after a bathtub toy. The hunt for Smokey Bear. The obsession with Smokey Bear, the police, is the primary pastime of the CB user. It is a grand game of cat and mouse played out over the airwaves. The 1970s, American appears to have a complicated relationship with the law. He demands it for his neighbors, but considers it an intolerable personal affront when it applies to his own speedometer. As we cruised down the highway, the radio was a constant stream of intelligence reports. Smokey in the grass at the overpass. Kojak with a Kodak at the rest area. Bear in the air. Watch the sky, boys. It is a fascinating study in collective paranoia, I noted, watching a large truck, a semi as they call it, roar past us, its chrome grille gleaming like the teeth of a giant. You have created a nationwide network of spies, all dedicated to the noble cause of traveling 7 miles per hour faster than the law allows. It is the most organized form of anarchy I have ever witnessed. If you people applied this level of coordination to, say, cleaning up your politics or fixing your gasoline lines, you would be the masters of the universe by Tuesday afternoon. It's about freedom, Sam, Arthur insisted. The government wants to slow us down, but the CB keeps us one step ahead. It's the people's radio. Freedom, I said, to talk to strangers about the location of a man in a hat. It is a peculiar definition of the word. In my time, freedom meant the right to go where you pleased without a license or a number. Now, it seems to mean the right to wear a handle and complain about smokies while sitting in a traffic jam. The isolation of the loudspeaker. As the sun began to set, casting long orange shadows across the pavement, the chatter on the radio began to change. The warnings about police faded, replaced by the lonely voices of men driving through the night. They talked about their wives, their bills, and their boredom. They told jokes that weren't funny and sang songs that were even worse. I realized then that the CB radio was not just a tool for thwarting the law. It was a cure for the crushing loneliness of the modern world. In a society where everyone lives in a box of a house, a box of an office, a box of a car, the radio is the only way to reach through the walls. But it is a hollow reaching. The rubber duck does not know the river pilot. They will never meet, never shake hands, never look one another in the eye. They are just ghosts in the machine, shouting into the dark and hoping for a 10-4 to prove they still exist. Arthur, I said softly, as a voice on the radio began a long, rambling story about a lost dog in Ohio. Turn it off. Why? We might miss a report on a bear. I don't care about the bear, I said. I would rather listen to the wind. The wind doesn't require a handle, and it never tries to tell me it's treetop tall. It just is. And in this year of 1974, that is a rare and precious quality. Arthur reached over and clicked the knob. The silence that rushed into the car was sudden and heavy. We sat there, 2 men in a station wagon, moving through the night at the double nickel, finally forced to endure the most terrifying thing of all in the 1970s, a conversation with someone we actually knew. The CB radio is the only invention in history that allows a man to be a nuisance to 300 people at once without ever leaving his chair. It has turned the American highway into a vast electronic backyard fence, over which we lean to tell lies to people we don't know, about a law we don't like, in a language we don't understand. Extract from Chapter 8. Chapter 9. The Exorcism of Common Sense and the $5 Popcorn. It has been my observation that the human race is never so happy as when it is thoroughly miserable, provided it has paid a substantial entrance fee for the privilege. In my day, if a man wanted to be terrified, he simply went to sea in a leaky boat, walked through a cholera-stricken district, or, if he were truly desperate for a fright, looked at his bank ledger. But in 1974, terror has become a franchised industry. It is no longer enough to be afraid of the tax collector or the hereafter. One must now stand in a line 3 blocks long to watch a cinematic reenactment of a young lady having a disagreement with a demon and a bowl of pea soup. I found myself standing in front of a structure known as a multiplex. In my previous life, a theater was a grand affair, all velvet curtains and gilded angels, where even the rats had a certain sense of theatrical dignity. This modern edifice, however, was a windowless concrete bunker that looked as if it had been designed by an architect who specialized in high-security prisons for the criminally unimaginative. "Is this the place, Arthur?" I asked, looking up at a marquee that was currently engaged in a frantic flickering battle with the alphabet. "It says, 'The Exorcist is playing in Cinema 1, and Blazing Saddles is in Cinema 2. Am I to understand that we are currently dividing our souls between a theological catastrophe and a group of cowboys with gastrointestinal issues?" "It's the biggest movie of the decade, Sam," Arthur cried, bouncing on the balls of his feet. He was wearing a shirt with a collar so pointed I feared he might accidentally lobotomize himself if he sneezed. People are fainting in the aisles. They're handing out barf bags in the lobby. It's incredible. "Arthur," I said, leaning against a brick wall that felt suspiciously like it was held together by old chewing gum, "I have seen men faint from heat stroke, from fear of the gallows, and from the shock of seeing a naked ankle in a church, but the idea of a man paying $4 to be made so physically ill that he requires a specialized bag for his own dinner is a level of entertainment that escapes my 19th century comprehension. If I wanted to vomit, I could simply eat one of your TV dinners in the comfort of my own home and save myself the walk." We entered the lobby. The air was thick with a scent of artificial butter flavoring, a substance that I suspect has never been within 50 miles of a cow. It is a yellow, oily elixir that is pumped onto white kernels of corn with the enthusiasm of a Texas oilman striking a gusher. I approached the refreshment counter. "A small portion of your salted grain, if you please, madam," I said to a young woman whose hair was held in place by a plastic visor that appeared to be a structural component of her skull. "That'll be $3.50, she snapped. $3.50, I gasped. "For a handful of corn? My dear girl, for $3.50 in 1870, I could have purchased the entire field, the mule that plowed it, and the man who planted it. Is this corn gold-plated? Does it possess the power to cure the king's evil or predict the future?" "It's the jumbo size," she said, handing me a bucket large enough to serve as a bathtub for a small child. "Jumbo," I mused, peering into the cavernous depths of the bucket. The Americans of 1974 are obsessed with scale. Everything must be jumbo, super, or giant. I suspect it is to distract them from the fact that their currency is currently shrinking with the speed of a wool shirt in a hot wash. We took our seats in the dark. The multiplex chairs were covered in a fabric that had been specifically engineered to catch and hold every stray hair and piece of lint in the Western Hemisphere. The floor was coated in a substance that was neither liquid nor solid, but a sort of eternal, prehistoric stickiness, a tar pit of the cinema that threatened to claim my boots as permanent exhibits. Then the lights dimmed, and the Oracle spoke. I shall not dwell on the technical aspect of the film, save to say that the 1974 idea of a special effect involves a great deal of green paint and a bed that moves as if it were being operated by a team of agitated sailors. The story concerned a young girl who had been inhabited by a devil of particularly foul manners. Now, I have met many devils in my time. I have met them in the halls of Congress, in the editorial rooms of the New York newspapers, and in the mirror on a Sunday morning. But the demon in this film was a disappointment. He spent his time rotating the girl's head like a swivel chair and shouting profanities that would have made a Mississippi deckhand blush. "Arthur," I whispered, as the girl on the screen began to levitate, "why is the devil so interested in the domestic arrangements of a middle-class family in Georgetown? Surely a prince of darkness has more important things to do, like overseeing the state of the Postal Service or advising the Republican National Committee." "Shh! Look! The priest is coming," Arthur hissed, clutching his jumbo bucket as if it were a shield. The priest arrived, looking appropriately somber and carrying a small bag of holy water. He began to chant in Latin. I have always found Latin to be a very useful language for dealing with things that don't exist. It lends a certain gravitas to a conversation that would otherwise be considered a symptom of madness. The girl responded by projectile vomiting a substance that looked remarkably like the pea soup Martha had served us the previous Tuesday. At this point, a man 2 rows in front of us let out a choked sob and slumped into his seat. "There goes one," Arthur whispered with ghoulish delight. "He fainted. That's the 3rd one tonight." "It is a triumph of marketing," I noted. "You have convinced the public that a movie is so terrifying it causes physical collapse. In reality, I suspect the poor man simply took one look at the price of his popcorn and his heart gave out from the shock. Or perhaps he was overwhelmed by the sheer unmitigated noise of the thing. Why must every sound in 1974 be amplified until it rattles one's molars? Does the modern ear require a gale-force wind to register a whisper?" As the film reached its climax, which involved a great deal of shouting, more green soup, and a priest falling out of a window, I realized that the audience was not watching a movie. They were undergoing a collective exorcism. They were screaming so they didn't have to think about the energy crisis. They were gasping at the devil so they could forget about the Watergate scoundrels. They were paying to be terrified by a fictional demon because the real world had become too absurd to be frightening. I have seen the devil, I thought, as the credits began to roll over the image of a darkened street. And he is not a girl with a rotating head. He is a man in a polyester suit who sells you 3 cents worth of corn for $4 and convinces you that you are having a wonderful time. We emerged from the bunker into the cool night air. The parking lot was filled with land yachts, their chrome bumpers gleaming under the yellow streetlights like the teeth of a mechanical beast. "Wasn't it great, Sam?" Arthur asked, his face pale but his eyes bright. "Don't you feel, I don't know, cleansed?" "I feel, Arthur, as if I have been locked in a closet with a very angry child and a bucket of spoiled vegetables," I replied. "I do not feel cleansed. I feel as if I have witnessed the final surrender of the human intellect. You have reached a point where you find art in the sight of a child suffering from a supernatural case of the croup. Tell me, what is the next sensation you have planned? A movie where people are eaten by a large plastic shark? Or perhaps a 3-hour epic about the fascinating life of a pet rock?" "Actually," Arthur said, checking the newspaper, "there's a movie coming out next year about a shark. It's supposed to be terrifying." I sighed and adjusted my white linen jacket, which was now damp with the artificial butter flavoring of the cinema. "Of course there is," I said, "and I have no doubt that people will stand in line for hours to see it. They will pay their $4, they will buy their jumbo corn, and they will scream with delight as a mechanical fish eats a group of actors who are being paid to look concerned. It is the American way. We are a people who would rather be eaten by a shark in the dark than look at our own bank accounts in the light. I looked up at the stars, which were mercifully silent and did not require a Latin translation. "Arthur," I said, "take me home. I want to sit on the porch and listen to the crickets. I find that they are much more convincing as messengers of the unknown than your Hollywood devils. And the best part is they don't charge for the popcorn." As we drove away, I looked back at the multiplex. It sat there, a gray tombstone for the imagination, while inside, another group of ornamented idiots was likely preparing to faint at the sight of a rotating head. I decided then that if this was the new age of enlightenment, I would much prefer to remain in the dark ages, provided they had a comfortable chair and a cigar that didn't taste like polyester. The modern cinema is a place where people pay to have their senses assaulted by light and sound so that they may avoid the more painful task of using their minds. It is a church for the faithless, where the only sacrament is buttered popcorn, and the only miracle is that the audience manages to find their cars in the parking lot afterward. Extract from Chapter 9. Chapter 10. The Shrinking Loaf and the Great Economic Vanishing Act. It has long been my belief that the only thing more mysterious than the origins of the universe is the sudden, frantic evaporation of the American dollar. In my previous century, a dollar was a sturdy, dependable thing, possessed of a certain moral gravity. It was backed by gold, by silver, and by the honest sweat of men who didn't know what a service economy was, and would have assumed it involved repairing harness leather. If you had a dollar in 1870, you were a man of substance. You could buy a suit of clothes, a week's worth of groceries, and still have enough left over to bribe a minor municipal official. But in 1974, the dollar has become a shy, retreating creature. It has the constitution of a dandelion in a gale. It is currently suffering from a malady the locals call inflation, a term that suggests something is getting larger, when in fact, everything that matters is getting smaller, thinner, and significantly more expensive. I found myself standing in a supermarket, a title that suggests a level of heroism in the procurement of cabbage that I find entirely unearned. It was a cavernous hall of white linoleum and humming refrigerators filled with people who were wandering the aisles with the haunted, hollow-eyed look of refugees searching for a lost homeland. "Look at this, Sam!" Arthur cried, holding up a loaf of bread as if it were a holy relic. 80 cents! It was 60 cents last month. At this rate, by Christmas, we'll be trading our jewelry for a sourdough roll. I took the bread from him. It was a Wonder Bread, a name that I assumed referred to the wonder one felt that such a substance could be legally classified as food. It possessed the weight and structural integrity of a cloud. I squeezed it, and it compressed into a small, doughy marble the size of a walnut. When I released it, it slowly inflated back to its original shape, like a lung recovering from a sigh. "Arthur," I said, "this is not bread. This is a chemical experiment that has been taught to mimic the appearance of a loaf. It has no crust, no soul, and I suspect it has never been within 10 miles of a stalk of wheat. The fact that it costs 80 cents is not a sign of inflation. It is a sign of a very successful swindle. In my day, If a baker tried to sell you a bag of bleached air for the price of a day's labor, he would have been invited to leave town on a very sharp rail. "It's the economy, Sam," Arthur moaned, tossing the cloud back onto the shelf. "Prices are spiraling. The government says we have to whip inflation now. See?" He pointed to a small red and white button pinned to his lapel. It bore the letters WIN. "And what, pray tell, does this WIN signify?" I asked. "Is it a secret code, a tribal identification, or have you joined a sports team dedicated to the defeat of high-priced poultry?" "It stands for Whip Inflation Now. President Ford gave them out. It's a national campaign. We all wear the buttons to show we're fighting the price hikes." I leaned in to examine the button. "And how exactly does a piece of tin and plastic on your chest influence the cost of a ham? Does the pig see the button and feel a sudden patriotic urge to lower the price of its own hindquarters? Does the grocer look at your lapel and tremble with the realization that his greed has been discovered? It seems to me, Arthur, that your president is attempting to cure a forest fire by handing out decorative matches. If you want to whip inflation, you don't need a button. You need a government that doesn't spend money it hasn't earned on things it doesn't need." We moved deeper into the labyrinth of the supermarket. We passed an aisle dedicated entirely to Hamburger Helper. I stopped and stared at the boxes, which featured a white three-fingered glove that appeared to be suffering from a terminal case of cheerfulness. "What is this?" I demanded. "Why does the hamburger require help? Has it been injured? Is it in a state of moral decline? And why is a glove offering it assistance? In my experience, a glove is generally used to keep one's hands clean, not to navigate the complexities of a skillet." "It's a stretcher, Sam," Martha explained, appearing from around a mountain of canned peaches. "You add it to a pound of meat, and it makes enough for 5 people. It's mostly noodles and some orange powder that tastes vaguely like a memory of cheese. It's how we survive the shrinking dollar." I looked at the orange powder. "So, to combat the fact that your money is worth less, you have decided to eat food that is worth nothing. You are stretching your meat with noodles until the meat itself is merely a rumor, a ghost haunting a landscape of starch. It is a magnificent achievement. You are the only civilization in history that has figured out how to be well-fed and malnourished at the same exact time." We reached the meat department, which was currently a sight of great mourning. A group of women were standing over a display of ribeye steaks with the somber reverence of mourners at a wake. "Look at that price," one woman whispered, pointing to a sticker. $6. $6 for a piece of beef. I remember when you could get a whole cow for that, and the farmer would throw in a spare tire and a gallon of cider." "It's the middleman," another said, "and the oil. Everything costs more to move." "And yet," I interjected, unable to remain silent in the face of such a grand theatrical display of woe, "you all arrived here in vehicles that require more fuel than a Mississippi steamboat, to buy bread made of air and meat that requires help from a glove. You complain that the dollar is shrinking, yet you continue to pay for things that didn't even exist 20 years ago. You pay for deodorant to hide the fact that you are human. You pay for hairspray to keep your fortress of curls from collapsing, and you pay for S&H green stamps, a currency that can only be redeemed for a toaster that will break in 3 weeks. I turned to Arthur, who was currently contemplating a jar of Tang, a powder that claimed to be orange juice but looked like the residue of a solar flare. "The American of 1974," I said, "is a man who is being robbed in broad daylight, yet he is so distracted by the new and improved label on his shackles that he forgets to shout for the police. Your dollar isn't just shrinking, Arthur. It's being humiliated. It has been stripped of its gold, its silver, and its dignity, and now it's being asked to perform a dance for a box of noodles and a win button." We reached the checkout counter. The girl with the plastic visor was ringing up the items with a rhythmic, mechanical boredom. Beep, 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 beep. Each sound was a funeral bell for Arthur's wallet. "That'll be $42.16, she said. Arthur handed over two $20 bills and a handful of crumpled ones. He looked at the change in his palm, 3 coins and a receipt that was longer than the Bill of Rights, and sighed. "See, Sam, $40 for 3 bags of groceries, and half of it is just packaging." "That is the final insult," I noted as we walked out into the parking lot. "In my day, if you bought a pound of sugar, you got a pound of sugar in a brown paper bag. Now, you buy a pound of sugar, but it comes in a plastic jar inside a cardboard box wrapped in cellophane with a special offer printed on the side. You are paying 10 cents for the sugar and 30 cents for the privilege of throwing the box away. You are a nation of people who are working 40 hours a week just to keep your trash cans full." I looked at the win button on Arthur's lapel. It was slightly crooked. "Arthur," I said, "I have a suggestion for your next campaign. Don't whip inflation now. That sounds too much like work. Instead, try accept poverty gracefully, or perhaps make the noodles thicker. It would be more honest, and you wouldn't have to waste all that tin on the buttons." We climbed into the station wagon. The engine groaned to life, consuming another 3 cents worth of gasoline just to clear its throat. As we pulled out of the parking lot, I looked back at the supermarket. It sat there, a bright fluorescent temple of the shrinking loaf, promising plenty while delivering a slow, methodical bankruptcy of the pocketbook and the palate. "You know, Sam," Arthur said, staring at the road, "I think I'm going to start a garden next year. Grow my own tomatoes. Beat the system." "A noble goal, Arthur," I replied, leaning my head back against the faux wood paneling. "But I suspect that by next year the government will have found a way to tax the sunlight, and the hamburger helper glove will be selling you a specialized tomato stretcher made of red sawdust and hope. In 1974, the only thing that grows for free is the audacity of the tax collector and the length of the line at the gas station." I closed my eyes, listening to the hum of the tires on the pavement. I decided then that I would rather have one honest silver dollar from 1870 than a suitcase full of 1974 greenbacks, because a silver dollar has the weight of reality, while the modern dollar is just another pet rock, a thing you hold on to, hoping it will do something interesting, only to realize that it's just sitting there, losing its value, while you wait for the next chapter of the great American humbug to begin. Inflation is the process by which the government takes your money by making it smaller while you aren't looking. It is the only form of theft that is considered an economic indicator. In 1974, a man can go into a store with a handful of money and come out with a bag of air, and the only thing he has to show for it is a button that tells him he's winning. Extract from Chapter 10. Chapter 11, The Mood Ring Delusion and the Human Beige. I have long contended that the human race is possessed of a singular, desperate urge to be informed of things that any sensible dog would have figured out by the mere application of its own nose. In my previous century, if a man were angry, he knew he was angry because he was currently attempting to bite the ear off a tax collector, or because his blood pressure was making his top hat vibrate. If he were happy, he knew it, because he had just found a forgotten $10 bill in his waistcoat, or because his mother-in-law had decided to move to California. He did not require a piece of jewelry to act as a witness to his own internal climate. But in 1974, the American public has decided that their own brains are unreliable narrators. They have collectively agreed that the only way to truly understand their own emotions is to consult a small circular lie fashioned from glass and a substance that looks remarkably like the residue left behind by a very ill peacock. I am speaking, of course, of the mood ring, the circular oracle of the finger. I was sitting in Arthur's den, a room that, I must again note, resembles the interior of a very large and very depressed lime, when Martha entered, her hand extended before her as if she were carrying a precious and highly volatile explosive. On her finger sat a ring with a large oval stone that was currently a shade of black so profound it looked like a miniature hole in the universe. "Sam, look!" she cried, her voice hushed with the reverence usually reserved for the arrival of a tax refund. "I got one. It's the latest thing from the boutique. It tells you your vibrations." I leaned forward, adjusting my spectacles. "Martha," I said, "I have seen many vibrations in my time. The vibration of a steamboat engine, the vibration of a nervous gambler's hands, and the vibration of a man who has just been told he is the father of triplets. But I have never seen a vibration that could be captured and sold in a setting of imitation silver for $12.95. What does the black signify? Does it mean you are currently mourning the death of your common sense?" "No, Sam. Black means I'm tense or overworked. It means my inner energy is blocked. But look, if I rub it, it changes." She began to vigorously massage the ring as if she were trying to summon a very small and very confused genie. Slowly, the stone transitioned from the color of a coal mine to a murky, undecided green. "See?" she beamed. "Now I'm calm and relaxed." "My dear madam," I sighed, "you are not calm and relaxed. You are currently engaged in a frantic physical struggle with a piece of costume jewelry. The only thing that has changed is the temperature of the glass. You have discovered the magnificent scientific principle that when you rub a thing, it gets warmer. In my day, we used this principle to start fires. You are using it to convince yourself that your soul is currently the color of a stagnant pond." The theology of the tint. The mood ring is the ultimate me-decade accessory. It is a device for people who are so fascinated by themselves that they need a constant color-coded status report on their own existence. It comes with a chart, a liturgical map of the psyche, which I took the liberty of reading. Color, the ring's claim, the truth of the matter. Blue, deeply happy, in love. You are currently standing too close to the radiator. Green, average, stable. You are bored out of your mind but lack the initiative to leave. Amber, nervous, uncertain. You just realized you left the stove on or that Nixon is still on the news. Black, stressed, frustrated. You are dead or the ring has finally realized it's a fraud. "It's based on liquid crystals, Sam," Arthur chimed in, leaning over the sofa. "The guy at the mall said they respond to your biofeedback. It's science." "Science," I repeated, the word tasting like a spoonful of castor oil. "Arthur, when a man in a polyester vest at a shopping mall uses the word science, he is usually about to relieve you of your wallet. These liquid crystals are merely a moody chameleon with a fever. They respond to the heat of your skin. If you are angry, your blood rushes to your surface and the ring turns blue. If you are cold, it turns black. It is not an oracle. It is a thermometer that has failed its entrance exams." "But it feels so real," Martha insisted, staring at her finger with the intensity of a crystal gazer. "When it turned blue earlier, I really did feel like I was in love with life." "Of course you did," I said, "because the human mind is a magnificent instrument of self-deception. You saw the blue, the ring told you that you were happy, and you, being a polite and cooperative subject, decided to agree with the jewelry. It is a circular logic that would make a dog dizzy. You are essentially paying $12 for a ring that gives you permission to have a feeling." The Ascension of Gerald the Graceful. As we were debating the spiritual merits of the thermochromic ring, the television oracle flickered to life. The news was showing a man who appeared to be composed entirely of sensible angles and Midwestern sincerity. It was Gerald Ford, the man who had inherited the crown when Richard the Lion-Hearted, or Richard the Tape-Recorded, had fled the scene. "Now there," I said, pointing to the screen, "is a man who has no need for a mood ring. If Gerald Ford wore one, it would be permanently set to a shade of beige that has never been seen in nature. He is a man of such profound, unadulterated plainness that he makes a glass of lukewarm water look like a riot in a paint factory." "He's a good man, Sam," Arthur said defensively. "He's honest. He's Jerry." "He is Jerry indeed," I agreed. "He is the first President of the United States to be appointed by a process of elimination and a sudden vacancy in the soul of the nation. He is the man who was called in to clean up the mess after the party, and he is currently attempting to do so by pardoning the man who broke all the furniture. I watched him walk down the stairs of Air Force One yesterday. He tripped. Then he hit his head on the doorway. Then he dropped his umbrella." "He's just athletic," Martha cried. "He played football for Michigan." "I have no doubt he was a magnificent footballer," I said. "But there is a certain poetry in having a president who cannot navigate a flight of stairs without declaring war on gravity. It is the perfect metaphor for 1974. The country is currently tumbling down the steps of history, dropping its umbrella and wondering why its mood ring is turning black. Gerald is not a leader. He is a national bandage. He is a piece of gauze applied to a sucking chest wound, and he is currently trying to convince us that the wound is actually a very stylish new accessory." The Party of the Shifting Stones. That Saturday, Arthur and Martha hosted a fondue party, a ritual I have previously described as a collective struggle over melted cheese. The room was filled with neighbors, all of whom were wearing mood rings. It was a kaleidoscope of fake silver and shifting colors. "Look at George!" someone shouted. "His ring is bright purple. He must be sensual and passionate." "No," I noted from my corner. "George has simply been holding his hand over the fondue pot for the last 10 minutes. He isn't passionate. He is merely suffering from a first-degree burn. If he doesn't move his hand soon, his ring will turn a shade of charred that isn't even on your little chart. I watched them all night. They spent more time looking at their fingers than at each other. Whenever a conversation became remotely interesting, someone would check their stone to see if they were enjoying it. It was a room full of people who had outsourced their emotional intelligence to a chemical compound. "What color is your ring, Sam?" a young woman asked me, her own ring a suspicious shade of gray. "I do not wear one, my dear," I replied. "I find that if I want to know how I feel, I simply check the state of my temper and the quality of my cigar. If the former is short and the latter is long, I am generally in a state of grumpy satisfaction. I do not need a piece of glass to tell me that I am bored by this conversation. I know I am bored because I am currently contemplating the fastest way to the exit." She looked offended, and her ring immediately turned a dark, bruised purple. "See?" I pointed. "The ring is right. You are agitated. But you didn't need the ring to tell you that. You knew it the moment I opened my mouth. The ring is merely a tattletale, repeating your own secrets back to you and charging you for the service." As we walked home, Arthur's ring a steady, boring green, and Martha's a flickering, anxious amber, I looked up at the moon. It sat in the sky, a giant pale stone that didn't change color regardless of the wars, the scandals, or the fashion disasters occurring beneath it. "Arthur," I said, "the trouble with your mood ring is the same as the trouble with your president and your pet rock. You are all looking for something solid to hold on to in a world that feels like it's made of Kiana and polyester. You want a ring to tell you you're happy because you've forgotten how to feel it for yourselves. You want a president who is honest because you spent 10 years being lied to. And you want a rock because at least a rock doesn't ask you for a pardon or record your phone calls." "It's just a bit of fun, Sam," Arthur said, though he looked at his green ring with a trace of disappointment. "It is a bit of fun," I agreed, "but when the fun requires you to check a chart to see if you're having it, the joke is firmly on you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go to bed. I suspect my inner energy is currently a shade of exhausted white, and I don't need a liquid crystal to prove it." I climbed into bed, realizing that in 1974, the only thing that doesn't change color is the audacity of the human race. We are a people who can invent a ring to measure our moods, but we haven't yet figured out how to have a mood that is worth measuring. A mood ring is a most convenient invention. It allows a man to be a stranger to himself while remaining on speaking terms with his jewelry. It is the only gemstone in the world that can tell you that you are angry and then immediately prove it by falling out of its setting and disappearing into the shag carpet. Extract from Chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Great Streaking Epidemic and the Dignity of the Birthday Suit. It has been my long-held suspicion that the primary difference between a man and a marmot is that the marmot has the decency to remain in the same outfit from birth to the grave, whereas man is constantly trying to improve upon the work of the Creator with varying degrees of catastrophic failure. For thousands of years, we have labored to hide our mammalian origins under layers of wool, silk, and eventually the aforementioned petroleum-based horrors of the present era. We have invented the corset, the top hat, the bustle, and the brassiere, all in a desperate attempt to convince the universe that we are not, in fact, merely bipedal, hairless apes with a penchant for tax evasion. But in the spring of 1974, a strange and frantic madness gripped the youth of America. They decided, with a sudden and collective unanimity, that the best way to protest the state of the world, or perhaps merely to liven up a Tuesday afternoon, was to discard every stitch of their carefully curated polyester and run at top speed through public places. This phenomenon is known as streaking. It is the only sport in history where the equipment is entirely biological, and the finish line is usually the back of a police cruiser. The apparition at the university. I was standing on the campus of a local university with Arthur, who was attempting to explain the nuances of tenure to me, a concept that seems to involve paying a man a salary for life in exchange for the privilege of never having to see him again. The air was mild, the birds were singing, and the students were wandering about in a state of academic lethargy, their oversized spectacles sliding down their noses. Suddenly, a cry went up from the quadrangle. It was not a cry of scholarly discovery, nor was it the roar of a political rally. It was a high-pitched, warbling yelp of pure, unadulterated mischief. From behind a statue of a very stern-looking founder, 3 young men emerged. They were not wearing bell-bottoms. They were not wearing Kiana shirts. They were not even wearing socks. They were wearing nothing but their own skin and a pair of sneakers, the latter being a practical concession to the fact that gravel is no respecter of the revolution. They ran with a desperate, flailing energy, their various appendages oscillating in a manner that defied several laws of physics and at least 4 local ordinances. They sprinted across the grass past a group of elderly faculty members who were currently debating the merits of the gold standard and disappeared into a thicket of rhododendrons. "Great Scott!" Arthur gasped, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. "Did you see that, Sam? They were naked." "I am aware of that, Arthur," I replied, watching the rhododendrons tremble. "I may be old, and I may have been dead for a significant portion of the century, but my eyesight is still sufficient to distinguish between a man in a suit and a man in a state of total, unvarnished biological truth. Tell me, is this a requirement for graduation? Is there a particular degree in aerodynamic shamelessness that these young men are pursuing?" The philosophy of the bare skin. "It's a streak, Sam!" Arthur cried, his face turning a shade of red that would have put a mood ring to shame. "It's a craze. It's happening everywhere. On the news, at the Academy Awards, everywhere." I sat down on a stone bench and contemplated the scene. "It is a fascinating development," I mused. "In my day, if a man appeared in public without his trousers, it was usually a sign that he had either lost a bet, escaped from a burning building, or was suffering from a profound misunderstanding of the term public servant. But in 1974, it is a social statement. It is the ultimate me-decade gesture. Having exhausted every possible way to dress themselves up, the youth have decided to see if they can find their real selves by simply removing the packaging. I looked at a group of co-eds nearby. They were giggling and pointing toward the rhododendrons. They didn't look shocked. They looked entertained. This, to me, was the most telling part of the epidemic. Modesty, like the silver dollar and the honest political speech, appeared to have gone into a state of permanent retirement. "Consider the courage of the streaker, Arthur," I continued. "A man who runs naked through a crowd is a man who has abandoned all pretension. He cannot hide his social standing behind a silk cravat. He cannot mask his poverty with a well-tailored coat. He is merely a collection of muscles, bones, and whatever lunch he consumed an hour ago. He is the only honest man in America, while the president is hiding behind his tapes and the grocer is hiding behind his inflation. The streaker is saying, "Here I am, in all my pale, jiggling glory. Take me or leave me, but do not ask me where I keep my wallet." The dignity of the birthday suit versus the leisure suit. As we walked back toward the parking lot, we passed a man who was the very antithesis of the streaker. He was dressed in a leisure suit of a particularly aggressive shade of plum, with a shirt unbuttoned to reveal a gold medallion nestled in a thicket of chest hair. I stopped and looked at him, then looked back toward the quadrangle where the naked youths had vanished. "Arthur," I said, "if you were to ask a stranger from another planet which of these two specimens was the more ridiculous, what do you think he would say? Would he choose the young man who is as God made him, or would he choose the man who has voluntarily encased himself in a plum-colored plastic shell and hung a piece of yellow metal around his neck like a prize-winning heifer?" "The streaker is breaking the law, Sam," Arthur said primly. "The streaker is merely violating a custom," I corrected. "The man in the plum suit is committing a crime against aesthetics that will haunt the history books for a century. I find it curious that your society is so offended by the sight of a human backside, yet it permits a man to walk the streets in platform shoes that make him look like a wounded flamingo. You fear the skin, but you embrace the polyester. You are a nation that is terrified of the truth, but in love with the imitation." The great streaking epidemic reached its zenith a few weeks later at the Academy Awards, a ceremony I understand to be a gathering of the most highly paid liars in the world, who meet annually to give each other golden statues for their proficiency in deception. A man ran across the stage behind the host, David Niven, while Niven was in the middle of a sentence. I watched it on the television oracle in Arthur's den. The audience roared. Niven, to his credit, remained as cool as a cucumber in a snowstorm, noting that the only laugh the man would ever get in his life was by stripping off his clothes and showing his shortcomings. "A witty remark," I noted to the screen, "but it misses the point. The streaker did not run across that stage to get a laugh. He ran across it to remind all those ornamented idiots in their tuxedos and sequins that beneath all that finery, they are just as naked and just as vulnerable as he is. He was a memento mori in a jock-strapless form. He was the ghost at the banquet, pointing out that the emperor has no clothes. And in 1974, the emperor's subjects don't have any either." The passing of the fad. Like all things in the 1970s, the pet rock, the mood ring, and the political career of Richard Nixon, streaking was a fleeting madness. By the time the summer heat arrived, the youth realized that running naked in July was an invitation to a sunburn in places where the sun should never, ever shine. They put their bell-bottoms back on, they buttoned their Kiana shirts, and they returned to the business of being okay. But I shall always remember that spring with a certain fondness. It was the last time I saw the American people truly surprised by anything. In a year of scandals, gas lines, and shrinking loaves, the sight of a naked man running past a bank was a breath of fresh, if somewhat scandalous, air. "Arthur," I said one evening, as we watched a report on the decline of the fad, "do not mourn the streaker. He was a symptom of a society that had become so wrapped up in its own synthetic delusions that it needed a shock to the system. He was the human race's way of checking to see if it still felt the wind on its skin. "I just hope they don't do it at the church social," Martha said, look up from her knitting. "Fear not, Martha," I replied. "At a church social, everyone is so busy looking at each other's mood rings and comparing their inner truths that a naked man could walk through the room with a brass band and a flaming baton, and half the congregation wouldn't notice until he tried to take the last piece of fried chicken." I went to bed that night feeling a strange sense of peace. I had seen the worst of 1974, the polyester, the politics, and the popcorn. But I had also seen the best. I had seen that even in the most absurd of times, the human spirit still possesses the urge to break free, to run fast, and to remind the world that beneath the bells and the collars, we are all just a bunch of hairless apes trying to find our way home in the dark. And if we have to do it without our trousers on, well, at least we won't have to worry about the laundry. Man is the only animal that blushes, or needs to. But in 1974, he has decided that blushing is too much effort and has opted instead for a brisk jog in the nude. It is a noble attempt to return to nature, though I suspect nature is currently looking the other way and pretending she doesn't know us. Extract from Chapter 12. Chapter 13. The Fondue Incident and the Purgatory of the Long Fork. It has been my observation that when a society has reached the absolute summit of its material comfort and has no more wars to fight or wildernesses to tame, it inevitably turns its attention to the invention of increasingly complicated and hazardous ways to consume a simple meal. In my previous century, if a man wanted cheese, he cut a slice with a sturdy knife, placed it upon a piece of honest bread, and went about his business. It was a private transaction between a man and his digestion. But in the suburbs of 1974, eating has become a communal ordeal, a sacrificial rite performed around a bubbling cauldron of molten yellow goo, known to the locals as fondue. I was invited, or rather conscripted, into attending a social evening at the home of a gentleman named Gary. Gary was a man whose primary contribution to the world was a collection of neckties that appeared to have been designed by a committee of colorblind lunatics during a thunderstorm. His home was a masterpiece of 1970s architectural aggression. The walls were covered in a wood that had never seen a forest, and the ceiling was festooned with macrame hangings, tangled webs of brown twine that looked as if a giant depressed spider had attempted to take up knitting. "Tonight is a special night, Sam," Gary announced, his voice vibrating with a terrifying brand of suburban hospitality. "We're doing the full Swiss treatment. Cheese, beef, and chocolate. It's sophisticated. It's continental." "Gary," I said, eyeing a macrame owl that seemed to be judging my soul with its wooden bead eyes. The last time I saw a group of people gathered around a boiling pot in the middle of a room, they were either trying to extract gold from quartz or were preparing to boil a missionary. "Are you quite certain this is a dinner and not a preliminary hearing for a witchcraft trial?" The Ritual of the Molten Pit. The centerpiece of the evening was a small ceramic pot perched atop a flickering blue flame. Inside, a mixture of Gruyere and Kirsch was performing a slow volcanic simmer. I was handed a long, thin metal rod, a fondue fork, which possessed 2 sharp tines and the structural integrity of a knitting needle. "The rule is," Martha whispered, leaning in with a conspiratorial air, "if you lose your bread in the pot, you have to kiss the person to your left. If a man loses his bread, he has to buy a bottle of wine." "Madam," I replied, "I have navigated the shoals of the Mississippi in a fog thicker than your husband's sideburns, and I have never encountered a more treacherous set of maritime laws. You are telling me that my social standing and my romantic future are currently dependent upon the adhesive properties of a cube of stale sourdough. It is a magnificent system of gambling. It makes the riverboat poker games of my youth look like a Sunday school picnic." I watched the sophisticated set at work. There were 6 of us huddled around the pot like a group of alchemists. Each person would spear a piece of bread and plunge it into the yellow abyss, stirring with a frantic circular motion to ensure a perfect coating. The tension was palpable. Every time a cube of bread wobbled on its tines, a collective gasp went up from the group. "It is a fascinating study in human anxiety," I mused, watching Gary struggle to retrieve a lost morsel. "In an age where you have conquered the moon and split the atom, you have voluntarily returned to a state of primitive desperation. You are terrified of losing a piece of bread in a bowl of cheese. I suspect that if the energy crisis continues, we shall see the Pentagon replaced by a giant fondue pot, with the Joint Chiefs of Staff arguing over whose turn it is to stir the cheddar." The Key Party rumor and the crumbling of the paling. As the evening progressed, and the wine, a vintage that tasted remarkably like a mixture of vinegar and old pennies, flowed freely, the conversation turned toward the liberalization of manners. I had heard whispers in the Greyhound station about the Key Party, a ritual where the gentlemen of the suburb place their car keys in a bowl, and at the end of the night, the ladies choose a set at random and go home with the owner. It is a system of romantic redistribution that would make a socialist blush and a horse thief proud. "So, Gary," I said, leaning back and lighting a cigar that I hoped would act as a fumigant against the smell of burnt Gruyere, "I understand that in this enlightened era, a man's Cadillac keys are the contemporary equivalent of a marriage license. Am I to believe that the sanctity of the American home is currently being determined by the random selection of a Ford ignition key? It is a marvel of efficiency. It saves all that tedious business of courtship and replaced it with a game of grab bag." The room went silent. Gary looked at his wife. His wife looked at the macrame owl. "Oh, we don't do that here, Sam," Gary said, his laughter sounding like a bag of wet gravel being shaken. That's just a myth, though I hear they do it over in the Heights." "Ah, the Heights," I noted, "the mythical land where everyone is having a better time than you are. Every generation has its Heights. In my day, it was Paris. In yours, it is apparently a split-level ranch with a bowl of keys and a shag carpet that has seen more than its fair share of actualization." I realized then that the fondue party was merely a key party for the timid. It provided the illusion of intimacy without the risk of actually having to talk to one's neighbor. We were all sharing the same pot, breathing the same cheese-scented steam, and engaging in a level of physical proximity that would have been scandalous in 1880. But there was no connection. We were just 6 individuals, each focused on the survival of our own bread cube, terrified of the silence that would descend if the pot ever ran dry. The chocolate catastrophe. The final act of the drama involved a second pot, this one filled with molten chocolate. We were provided with pieces of fruit, mostly bananas, that looked as if they had been through a long and difficult war. "Now, the chocolate is the real test," Martha announced. "It's very thick. You have to be careful." I took a piece of banana and descended into the dark, sweet depths. As I attempted to withdraw my fork, I felt a sudden resistance. The chocolate was indeed thick. It possessed the viscosity of cold tar and the determination of a bill collector. I pulled. The banana stayed. "Aha!" Gary shouted, pointing a finger at me. "The river pilot has lost his cargo. Sam, you owe us a bottle of wine." "Gary," I said, standing up and brushing a stray drop of chocolate from my white linen sleeve, "I do not owe you a bottle of wine. I owe you an apology for participating in this culinary lunacy. I have spent the last 2 hours engaged in a struggle for survival against a dairy product, and I have now been defeated by a tropical fruit. I find that I have no more inner energy to give to this cauldron." I looked around the room. The guests were all covered in small brown spots of chocolate and yellow streaks of cheese. They looked less like continental sophisticates and more like the survivors of a particularly messy explosion at a confectionery factory. "Look at yourselves," I said, my voice rising with the rhythmic cadence of a Sunday orator. "You are the masters of the world. You have television, you have microwaves, you have polyester that never wrinkles and rocks that never bark. And yet, you spend your Saturday nights huddled around a blue flame, fighting over a piece of bread. You have traded the dignity of the dining table for the chaos of the communal pit. You think you are being modern and free, but you are merely being messy." The escape into the honest night. I exited the house before the key party rumors could be either confirmed or denied. I stepped out onto the driveway, where the land yachts sat in the moonlight like sleeping whales. The air was cool and crisp, free of the scent of kirsch and desperation. "Sam, wait!" Arthur called out, scurrying after me. "You didn't stay for the coffee. Martha made it in the percolator." "Arthur," I said, "I have had enough of your 1974 sophistication. I have been excited by microwaves, analyzed by mood rings, and now I have been humiliated by a banana. I am going back to the Greyhound station. I suspect that the smell of stale cigarettes and burnt coffee is more honest than anything I have encountered in your den." "But we were having fun." "No, Arthur," I said, lighting my cigar and watching the smoke drift up toward the stars. "You were having a vibe. You were grooving, but you weren't having fun. Fun requires a certain level of self-respect that is impossible to maintain while you are chasing a piece of bread through a sea of melted Gruyere. You are a generation that is so afraid of being old-fashioned that you have forgotten how to be sensible." I walked down the suburban street, the click of my boots on the pavement, the only sound in the quiet night. I thought of Gary and his macrame owl, and of Martha and her lost bread. I realized that the fondue pot was the perfect metaphor for the age. It was bright, it was hot, it was communal, and it was entirely focused on a substance that was destined to turn into a cold, hard lump the moment the flame went out. As for me, I was heading back to the terminal. I had a sudden, overwhelming urge for a plain, dry crust of bread, one that hadn't been actualized, excited, or continentalized in any way. Just a piece of bread that knew it was bread and didn't expect me to kiss a stranger just because I dropped it. In 1974, that was the most radical thing a man could ask for. The fondue pot is the only cooking vessel in history that allows a man to catch his neighbor's cold while simultaneously ruining his own necktie. It is a monument to the American theory that if you make a thing difficult enough to eat, people will eventually convince themselves that it is a delicacy. It is the culinary equivalent of the Watergate tapes, a long, messy, and ultimately indigestible record of things that should have stayed in the dark. Extract from Chapter 13. Chapter 14, The Commune of the Misguided and the High Cost of Simple Living. It has been my observation that when a man becomes thoroughly disgusted with the complexities of civilization, specifically the taxes, the neckties, and the alarming price of a decent haircut, his first instinct is not to fix the civilization, but to flee into the woods and attempt to live like a squirrel. This is known as back to the land. It is a noble impulse, provided one has the constitution of a mountain goat and the intellectual capacity of a turnip. However, the American youth of 1974 has added a peculiar layer of absurdity to this ancient retreat. They wish to live like squirrels, while still maintaining a high-fidelity stereo system and a subscription to a magazine that tells them which brand of organic granola is currently with it. I was whisked away to one of these pastoral experiments by a young man who called himself Cloud. Cloud was a gentleman of extreme verticality and very little soap, whose primary occupation appeared to be the slow, methodical contemplation of his own fingernails. He drove a vehicle known as a Volkswagen bus, a motorized shoebox that possessed the aerodynamic properties of a brick and the internal aroma of a damp basement filled with wet dogs and incense. "We're getting out of the system, man," Cloud said, his voice drifting like smoke through the cramped cabin. "We're going to the Morning Star Collective. No rules, no leaders, just the earth and the vibes." "My dear boy," I said, holding my handkerchief over my nose to ward off the fumes of a substance I suspected was not legally sanctioned tobacco. "I have seen many star collectives in my time. In my century, we called them utopian societies. We had Brook Farm, we had New Harmony, and we had a dozen other experiments where people believed that if they only wore enough wool and ate enough lentils, the millennium would arrive by Thursday. Without exception, they all collapsed the moment the first person realized that someone actually had to shovel the manure. The architecture of the unwashed. We arrived at the collective just as the sun was beginning to set, casting a golden light over a scene of such profound agricultural incompetence that it would have made a Missouri mule weep with frustration. The collective consisted of a dilapidated farmhouse that appeared to be held together by hope and several layers of peeling lead paint, surrounded by a collection of geodesic domes. Now, a dome is a fascinating geometric exercise, but as a dwelling, it leaves much to be desired. It is a structure that ensures that no matter where you stand, you are always in a corner, and that every stray sound, be it a cough, a sneeze, or a philosophical debate about the nature of the ego, is amplified and echoed until the entire building sounds like a giant vibrating drum. A group of communists, a term they used with great pride, though I suspect none of them could define it without the aid of a dictionary and a nap, were gathered around a fire. They were dressed in denim that had been patched so many times It was more patch than denim, and they wore headbands to keep their hair from interfering with their being. "Welcome, brother," a woman named Sunflower said, offering me a wooden bowl filled with a gray, viscous liquid. "Have some earth soup. It's made from everything we grew ourselves." I peered into the bowl. "Sunflower," I said, "while I admire your industry, I must note that everything you grew yourself appears to include a significant amount of sand, a few unidentifiable twigs, and a piece of string. In my day, we called this poverty. In 1974, you seem to consider it a delicacy of the spirit. Tell me, do you have any salt? Or perhaps a steak that has been systematically slaughtered by a man who knows what he's doing?" "Salt is a mineral of the old world, man," Cloud whispered. "We're trying to find the pure flavor of the root." "The pure flavor of the root," I mused, taking a cautious sip of the gray sludge, "is remarkably similar to the flavor of a rain-soaked boot. I suspect that if the system were to offer you a cheeseburger right now, your spiritual purity would evaporate faster than a politician's promise on election night." The labor of the idle. The next morning, I decided to witness the back to the land labor in action. I followed a young man named Moon out to the garden. Moon was a graduate of a prestigious university who had decided that the best use of his expensive education was to stare at a row of carrots with a look of intense spiritual longing. "How are the vegetables faring, Moon?" I asked, leaning on a fence that was currently surrendering to gravity. "They're struggling, man," Moon sighed. "The bugs are like totally aggressive. We don't want to use pesticides because that's part of the death machine, you know? We're trying to talk to them. We're trying to convince the aphids that we're all part of the same cosmic dance." "Moon," I said, "I have lived a long time, and I have never met an aphid that was susceptible to a logical argument, let alone a cosmic dance. An aphid has one goal in life, and that is to eat your carrots until there is nothing left but the memory of a vegetable. If you want to stop them, you don't need a conversation. You need a bucket of soapy water and a firm resolve. Nature is not your friend, Moon. Nature is a relentless, cold-blooded engine of consumption that will eat you, your carrots, and your geodesic dome the moment you stop paying attention." I watched as Moon attempted to hoe a row. He did so with the grace of a man who had never held a tool heavier than a fountain pen. Each stroke of the hoe was followed by a long period of recovery and a brief meditation on the dignity of sweat. "It is a fascinating paradox," I noted to a passing chicken. "These people have fled the city to avoid the drudgery of the office, only to discover that pulling weeds in the hot sun is the most profound drudgery ever devised by a vengeful deity. They believe that manual labor is soul-cleansing, only because they have never had to do it for more than 3 days in a row. By Friday, I suspect the death machine and its air-conditioned cubicles will start to look like a suburb of paradise." The high cost of free living. As the day wore on, I discovered the great secret of the 1974 commune. I was sitting in the farmhouse, watching Sunflower try to operate a spinning wheel, a device she had purchased for $40 at an antique shop, when I noticed a stack of envelopes on the table. One of them was from a bank. It was addressed to Cloud, or rather, to a Mr. Montgomery Wickersham III. I took the liberty of glancing at the contents, a purely journalistic reflex, I assure you. It was a statement for a trust fund. the size of which would have made a railroad tycoon blush. "Aha!" I shouted, startling Sunflower so badly she dropped her wool. "I have found the secret ingredient in the earth soup. It is not the root. It is the dividend. It is the interest-bearing account. You are not back to the land, my dear. You are back to the bank. You are playing at being peasants with the financial backing of the very system you claim to despise. You wear the rags of the poor, but your sneakers were made in a factory, and your geodesic dome was designed on a computer." Sunflower turned a shade of pink that matched her headband. "The money is it's just energy, Sam. We're using it to build a new world." "No," I said, "you're using it to buy the illusion of simplicity. True simplicity is when you have nothing and have to make do. This is just a very expensive form of theatricals. You're like Marie Antoinette playing at being a milkmaid, while the real milkmaids are in the city trying to figure out how to pay their electricity bills. The only difference is that Marie Antoinette had better outfits and significantly more reliable plumbing." The departure to the porcelain. By evening, the vibes at the Morning Star Collective had turned decidedly sour. A debate had broken out over whose turn it was to wash the communal pot, a vessel that had accumulated a layer of purity so thick it was beginning to develop its own ecosystem. "I washed it yesterday," Cloud shouted, his serenity having finally reached its expiration date. "I was being with the pot for 2 hours. It's Moon's turn to be with the dishes." "I'm in the middle of a fast," Moon yelled back from his dome. "I can't touch the grease. It'll block my chakras." I stood up and smoothed my white linen suit, which was now a shade of collective gray. "Children," I said, my voice cutting through the squabble with the authority of a steam whistle, "I am leaving. I have seen your utopian dream, and it smells like unwashed feet and unfulfilled promises. You have discovered the one eternal truth that has plagued every commune since the dawn of time, that even in a world without leaders, someone still has to do the dishes. And as long as chakras are used as an excuse for laziness, your new world will remain exactly what it is, a dirty farmhouse with a trust fund." I walked out to the road where a passing motorist in a Pinto, a car that I understood was prone to spontaneous combustion, a risk I was now willing to take, offered me a lift. "Where to, Pops?" the driver asked, eyeing my suit. "The nearest hotel," I said. "One with a television, a steak that requires no help from a glove, and a toilet that flushes with a level of mechanical certainty that would offend a hippie soul. I have spent 24 hours in the lap of nature, and I find that I am quite ready to return to the lap of the death machine. At least the death machine knows how to use a bar of soap." As we drove away, I looked back at the Morning Star Collective. A single light flickered in a geodesic dome, likely a high-priced candle made of organic beeswax. "Farewell, Cloud," I whispered. "Farewell, Sunflower. May your trust funds be long and your aphids be merciful. But remember, the earth doesn't care about your vibes. It only cares about the hoe, and until you learn the difference, you aren't back to the land. You're just out in the yard waiting for your parents to call you home for dinner." I settled into the vinyl seat of the Pinto, feeling a strange sense of gratitude for the year 1974. It was a year of magnificent lies, but the back to the land lie was perhaps the most charming of them all. It was the lie of a generation that wanted to have its earth soup and eat its dividend, too. And as the driver turned on the radio to a song about a yellow ribbon, I realized that in this century, even the revolution had a catchy tune and a high profit margin. The urge to live a simple life is one of the most expensive desires known to man. It requires a vast amount of capital to look that poor, and an even vaster amount of ignorance to believe that nature is a benevolent host rather than a landlord who hasn't seen a repairman in 10,000 years. Extract from Chapter 14. Chapter 15. The Great Aerobic Indignity and the Flight from Nothing. I have always held that if the Almighty had intended for the human race to engage in frantic, sustained locomotion without the incentive of a pursuing predator or a dinner bell, He would have provided us with wheels, or at the very least, a much higher tolerance for looking ridiculous in public. In my previous century, a man was seen running for only 3 distinct reasons. He was attempting to catch a departing steamboat, he was fleeing from a man with a badge and a grievance, or he was a member of a volunteer fire department who had heard the bell and was hoping to be the first to arrive at the scene of the catastrophe. In all other circumstances, a dignified stroll was the maximum speed permitted by a society that valued its composure and its cardiac health. But in 1974, a new and terrifying madness has seized the American calf muscle. It is called jogging. It is a sport that involves moving at a pace slightly faster than a walk, but significantly slower than a panic, performed by people who dress like colorful sausages and possess a look of such profound agony that one is tempted to call for a priest. The apparition on the suburban sidewalk. I was sitting on Arthur's front porch, enjoying a morning cigar and watching the neighborhood wake up. The air was crisp, the squirrels were busy with their own sensible errands, and the world seemed, for a brief moment, to be at peace. Then I saw him. A man emerged from a driveway 3 houses down. He was clad in a pair of nylon shorts so short they appeared to be a mere suggestion of clothing, and a T-shirt that had been sacrificed to a bucket of gray sweat. On his feet were sneakers of a blindingly white hue, and around his forehead he wore a thick, fuzzy band of orange fabric, a sweatband, which made him look like a very stressed-out tennis ball. He began to move. It was not a run. It was a rhythmic, bouncing shuffle that caused his entire frame to vibrate with every step. His face was the color of a ripe beet. His eyes were bulging, and his breath was coming in ragged, whistling gasps that sounded like a steam engine on its last legs. "Arthur!" I shouted, dropping my cigar in my astonishment. "Come quickly. There is a man in the street who is clearly suffering from a violent fit of St. Vitus's dance. He is convulsing in an upright position and appears to be trying to outrun his own shadow." Arthur emerged, holding a cup of instant coffee and looking entirely unconcerned. "That's just Bill, Sam. He's jogging. He does 3 miles every morning before he goes to the office. It's for his cardiovascular health." The Theology of the Thumping Heart. "Cardiovascular health?" I repeated, watching Bill bounce past the house with a look of grim determination. "Arthur, that man does not look healthy. He looks as if he is currently undergoing a slow-motion heart attack for the entertainment of the neighbors. Why would a man who has a perfectly functional land yacht in his driveway choose to subject his joints to such repetitive punishment? Has he lost his car keys? Has he been forbidden from using the bus? Or is he doing penance for a particularly heinous crime he committed in his youth? It's the new craze, Sam. Jim Fix and all that. It strengthens the heart. It releases endorphins. They're like natural drugs in your brain that make you feel good. I see, I said, leaning back against the railing. So, in order to feel good, a man must first subject himself to 20 minutes of unmitigated torture. He must sweat until his clothes are a biological hazard, he must risk a permanent injury to his knees, and he must expose his pale, jiggling limbs to the ridicule of the passing world. Only then, once he has reached the brink of total physical collapse, does his brain reward him with a small dose of chemical satisfaction? It seems to me, Arthur, that your generation has invented the most inefficient and undignified delivery system for joy in the history of the species. In my day, we achieved the same result with a glass of bourbon and a comfortable chair, and we didn't have to wear orange headbands to do it. The gear of the galloping fool. I decided to investigate the tools of this new trade. I accompanied Arthur to a sporting goods store, another temple of the unnecessary, where they sell specialized equipment for hobbies that involve a great deal of effort and very little profit. I found myself standing before a wall of running shoes. In my time, a shoe was a piece of leather meant to protect the foot. These, however, were architectural marvels. They had waffle soles, cushioned heels, and arch supports. They were fashioned from nylon and suede and were colored like a tropical bird. 10-4, River Pilot, the clerk said, noticing my handles from the CB chapter. Looking for some trainers? We got the new Nikes. They'll make you feel like you're running on air. Young man, I said, picking up a shoe that felt as light as a hummingbird's heart, I have no desire to run on air. I find the ground to be quite sufficient for my needs. Tell me, why does this shoe have a sole that looks like a breakfast appliance? Is it intended that I should cook a waffle with my feet while I am undergoing my morning agony? And why does it cost $20? For $20, I could hire a man to carry me across the city on a velvet litter. It's about impact absorption, Pops. When you jog, your feet hit the ground with 3 times your body weight. Without these, your bones will turn to powder by the time you hit the city limits. Then the solution is simple, I noted. Do not hit the ground. Remain seated. It is the only guaranteed way to keep one's bones in a solid state. This entire industry is built upon a contradiction. You invent a sport that destroys the body, and then you sell a specialized shoe to prevent the destruction. It is like a man who sets fire to his own house every morning so that he can enjoy the impact absorption of a high-priced fire extinguisher. The encounter with the breathless. On the way home, we encountered Bill again. He had finished his run and was standing by his mailbox, leaning over with his hands on his knees, his orange sweatband dripping onto the pavement. He looked like a man who had just survived a shipwreck and had been washed ashore by a particularly unkind tide. "Morning, Bill," Arthur chirped. "How was the run?" Bill looked up. His eyes were bloodshot, and he took several moments to find enough oxygen to form a word. "Great!" he gasped. "Feel fantastic, only threw up once." "He feels fantastic, Arthur," I remarked, sotto voce. "Note the grayish tint of his complexion and the way his hands are trembling like a leaf in a gale. If this is what fantastic looks like in 1974, I shudder to think what unwell signifies. Bill, my dear fellow, why do you do this to yourself? Is there no other way to find happiness in this suburb? Have you tried the fondue? Or perhaps a pet rock? A rock, at least, has the dignity to stay where you put it without requiring a waffle-soled shoe. Bill wiped his brow with his orange band. It's about the challenge, Sam. Pushing the limits. Living longer. Living longer, I mused. That is the grandest joke of all. You spend 40 minutes a day in total misery, gasping for air and ruining your joints, so that you might add an extra 2 years to the end of your life. Years which you will likely spend in a nursing home, complaining about your knees. You are trading the vibrant, comfortable hours of your youth for a few more hours of decrepit old age. It is a mathematical swindle of the highest order. The ultimate irony of the stationary race. As we drove away, I looked back at Bill. He was now attempting a series of stretches, which involved him trying to touch his toes while groaning in a manner that suggested his spine was made of dry kindling. It occurred to me then that jogging is the perfect metaphor for the 1970s. The country is in a state of frantic, breathless motion, yet it is going nowhere. We run in circles around our suburbs, we run on the spot in front of our televisions, and we run toward an inner peace that always seems to stay just out of reach. We have become a nation of spectators who have decided to become participants in our own exhaustion. We are fleeing from the boredom of our leisure, fleeing from the synthetic nature of our polyester lives, and fleeing from the realization that we have conquered the world only to find that we don't know what to do with ourselves once we've finished the race. Arthur, I said as we pulled into the driveway, I have made a decision. I shall not be taking up the great aerobic indignity. If you ever see me running, you need not worry about my cardiovascular health. You should simply look behind me and see what is chasing me, and then you should start running as well, because whatever it is likely far more dangerous than a lack of endorphins. Suit yourself, Sam, Arthur said, but you're missing out on the runner's high. My dear boy, I replied, I have been high on life, high on literature, and occasionally high on a very good bottle of Bordeaux. I have no need for a runner's high, which appears to be nothing more than the brain's way of thanking the body for not dying. I prefer my pleasures to be intentional, not a byproduct of a near-death experience on a suburban sidewalk. I walked up the steps to the porch, my feet comfortable in their leather boots, my heart beating at a sensible, leisurely pace. I sat down, lit a fresh cigar, and watched a stray dog trot past the house. The dog wasn't jogging. He was just going somewhere. He had a purpose. He had a destination. And he didn't need a waffle-soled shoe to get there. In 1974, I decided the dog was the only one who still had his head on straight. Jogging is the only activity where a man can spend $100 on an outfit to look like a pauper, and then spend an hour in a state of physical agony to prove that he is still alive. It is a magnificent testament to the human spirit that we have found a way to turn the simple act of walking into a multi-million-dollar industry of pain. Extract from Chapter 15. Chapter 16, The Chemical Meadow and the Electronic Cheerleader. It has long been my opinion that if a man wishes to spend 3 hours sitting in the sun chewing on a piece of cured swine and watching other men perform a series of complicated maneuvers with a wooden stick, he should at least have the decency to do it upon the honest, God-given dirt of the earth. In my previous century, baseball was a pastoral affair. It was played in cow pastures, where the grass was green, the dirt was brown, and the occasional encounter with a localized deposit of bovine byproduct was considered a legitimate hazard of the game. It was a sport that smelled of clover, summer rain, and the sweat of men who didn't have a multi-million-dollar contract or a hairdryer in their locker room. But in 1974, the American public has decided that nature is insufficiently reliable for the national pastime. They have decided that the earth is too messy, the sky is too unpredictable, and the grass is too grassy. I was escorted to a structure known as a dome by Arthur, who was wearing a baseball cap that appeared to be 3 sizes too small for his head and carrying a glove that had never, in its long and lonely life, come into contact with a ball. "Wait until you see the 8th wonder of the world, Sam," Arthur cried as we approached a giant concrete mushroom that had apparently sprouted from a parking lot of prehistoric proportions. "It's got a roof. It's got air conditioning. It's got everything." "Arthur," I said, eyeing the windowless behemoth, "if I wanted to sit in a refrigerated basement with 50,000 strangers, I would have applied for a job at a meat-packing plant. Why have you built a roof over a game that is essentially a celebration of the outdoors? Is the American of 1974 so fragile that a stray breeze or a drop of dew will cause him to dissolve like a sugar cube in a cup of tea?" The meadow of green oil. We entered the inner sanctum of the dome, and I was immediately struck by a sight of such profound botanical fraudulence that I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my literary conscience. Below us, stretching out like a billiard table for a race of giants, was the field. But it was not a field of grass. It was a field of astroturf. "What in the name of the prophet is that?" I gasped, leaning over the railing. "Is that a carpet? Have you decided to decorate the outdoors with the same substance you used for your kitchen floor? Does the groundskeeper come out with a vacuum cleaner instead of a mower? Does the center fielder have to worry about static electricity every time he chases a fly ball?" "It's astroturf, Sam," Arthur beamed. "It's permanent. It stays green all year round. It never needs water, it never needs sun, and it never gets muddy. It's the field of the future." I reached down, or rather, I would have if the railing hadn't been in the way, and imagined the texture. It was a meadow, made of pulverized dinosaurs and green dye. It was a chemical approximation of life. "Arthur," I said, "a blade of grass has a soul. It grows, it breathes, it turns toward the light, and eventually it returns to the dust. This is a green oil spill that has been taught to stand upright. It is a meadow that will likely outlive the human race, and I suspect that 10,000 years from now, archaeologists will find this field and conclude that the Americans of the 1970s were a people so terrified of the natural world that they replaced it with a non-biodegradable rug." The oracle of the outfield. But the chemical meadow was not the only marvel. Above the outfield stood a structure of such immense and glowing vanity that it made the burning bush of Exodus look like a damp match. It was a giant electronic scoreboard, a jumbotron, or scoreboard extravaganza, that pulsed with light and movement. As the game began, the scoreboard flickered to life. It didn't just show the score, it gave instructions. It flashed the word charge in letters 10 feet tall, accompanied by a trumpet blast that sounded as if it had been recorded in the bowels of a battleship. Immediately, 50,000 people, who had until that moment been peacefully contemplating their hot dogs, leaped to their feet and shouted, "Charge!" with the mindless unanimity of a group of trained SEALs. "Did you see that, Arthur?" I asked, watching the crowd settle back into their seats. The machine told them to be excited, and they obeyed. It did not matter that the batter had just missed the ball by a foot, or that the pitcher was currently adjusting his trousers. The machine said, "Charge," and so they charged. Is the modern American so unsure of his own emotions that he requires a giant television to tell him when he is having a good time? "It builds team spirit, Sam," Arthur shouted over the next trumpet blast. "It builds nothing but a habit of obedience," I countered. "In my day, if a crowd cheered, it was because someone had done something worth cheering for. It was an organic explosion of human joy. Now it is a scheduled event. You have outsourced your enthusiasm to a collection of light bulbs. If that scoreboard were to flash the word despair, would you all sit down and weep into your beer? If it commanded you to purchase S and H green stamps, would you immediately rush for the exits to find a grocery store? The nitrate of the national pastime. The game progressed with the glacial pace that is the hallmark of baseball, a sport that I have always found to be an excellent excuse for a nap, were it not for the constant interruptions by the Jumbotron. Arthur insisted on providing refreshments. He returned with 2 foot-long hot dogs and a pair of paper cups filled with a liquid that claimed to be beer, but tasted remarkably like the water used to wash a stable floor. "Behold the hot dog," I mused, peeling back the silver foil. In 1974, this is the primary fuel of the sporting man. It is a cylinder of pink mystery, held together by chemical prayers and a generous helping of nitrates. I have been told that these nitrates are what keep the meat from turning a shade of gray that would discourage even a starving wolf. But I suspect they are also what will eventually turn the American stomach into a permanent exhibit of the plastic age. I took a bite. The bun had the consistency of a damp sponge, and the meat had a flavor that sat somewhere between a salt lick and a memory of a farm. "You know, Arthur," I said, wiping a mustard stain from my sleeve, "there is a certain consistency to your century. You play your games on plastic grass, you watch your news on plastic boxes, and you eat your meat in plastic tubes. Everything is processed, everything is refined, and everything has had the honesty squeezed out of it until it is perfectly safe, perfectly uniform, and perfectly boring." The 7th inning stretch and the plastic soul. In the 7th inning, everyone stood up for the traditional stretch. We sang "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," a song that celebrates the very things that we're currently missing. The crowd was inside a dome, the peanuts and Cracker Jack were mostly preservatives, and the old ball game was being played on a rug. I looked around at the faces in the stands. They were happy, in a quiet, illuminated sort of way. They were grooving to the organ music. They were being okay with the artificial turf. And they were waiting for the Jumbotron to tell them what to do next. I realized then, I wrote in my mental journal, that the dome is the ultimate sanctuary for the 1970s. It is a world where the sun never sets, the rain never falls, and the grass never dies. It is a paradise for people who have everything but a reason to be truly alive. They have conquered the elements, but in doing so, they have lost the thrill of the struggle. They are playing at being outdoors while being safely tucked away in a concrete womb. As the game ended, the home team won, or perhaps they lost. The Jumbotron was so excited I couldn't tell the difference. We filed out into the real night. The air was humid, the stars were hidden by smog, and the parking lot was a sea of idling land yachts. "Wasn't that ace, Sam?" Arthur asked as he navigated the station wagon toward the exit. "Nothing like a night at the ballpark." "Arthur," I said, "it was many things. It was a miracle of engineering, a triumph of the chemical industry, and a magnificent display of electronic choreography. But it was not a ball game. It was a production. It was a way for you to spend your shrinking dollars on a jumbo experience that will be forgotten by the time you reach the driveway." I looked out the window at a stray patch of real grass growing by the side of the road, a ragged, weed-choked clump of green that was currently fighting for its life against the pavement. "There," I said, pointing, "that is the real eighth wonder of the world. It grows without a roof, it survives without a nitrate, and it doesn't need a Jumbotron to tell it when to charge. I find that I prefer its company to your plastic meadow. At least when it turns brown, it has the decency to stay dead, rather than haunting the world for eternity in a state of permanent petroleum-based green." Arthur just shook his head and turned up the radio. A song was playing about a man who was searching for a heart of gold, and I couldn't help but think that in 1974 he'd have much better luck if he started looking for a heart of real unpolished wood. Baseball in a dome is like a picnic in a submarine. It possesses all the outward characteristics of the original, but lacks the one essential ingredient, the possibility of a thunderstorm. When a man plays on AstroTurf, he is not challenging nature. He is merely dancing on a carpet and hoping he doesn't get a rug burn on his soul. Extract from Chapter 16. Chapter 17. The Ornamented Woman and the Coronation of the Lacquered Virgin. It has been my long-held contention that the human race is never so thoroughly and transparently ridiculous as when it attempts to organize and codify the fleeting gift of beauty. Beauty is a wild thing. It is a trick of the light, a fortunate arrangement of features, or the sudden, honest spark of a spirited soul. It belongs to the morning mist and the sunset over the Mississippi. But in 1974, the Americans have decided that beauty is something that can be measured with a tape, lacquered with a chemical spray, and paraded across a stage for the benefit of a panel of elderly gentlemen and a nation of people currently wearing pajamas. I found myself once again in the Temple of Shag, anchored to a chair of petrified oatmeal, watching the television oracle. Martha was leaning forward with a clipboard, actually a clipboard, as if she were a clerk of the court, recording the testimony of a particularly scandalous witness. On the screen was a pageant of such monumental artifice that it made the gilded halls of Versailles look like a rustic shack in the Ozarks. This was the Miss America pageant. It is a ceremony dedicated to the selection of a single young woman who shall represent the nation's virtues, provided those virtues are accompanied by a pair of symmetrical legs and the ability to smile for 4 consecutive hours without the aid of a surgical procedure. The priest of the pearly whites. The master of ceremonies was a gentleman named Bert, a man who appeared to be fashioned entirely from tanned leather and white piano keys. He possessed a voice that had the resonance of a cathedral organ and the sincerity of a man selling miracle hair restorer from the back of a wagon. "Look at Bert!" Martha cried. "He's so elegant. He's about to sing the song." "Martha," I said, "that man has a smile that suggests he has never had a single solitary thought that wasn't approved by a subcommittee of the Chamber of Commerce. He is a marvel of the age, a man who has achieved a state of permanent, high-gloss enthusiasm. In my day, if a man behaved with that much cheerfulness in public, we would have assumed he was either drunk, insane, or trying to hide the fact that he'd just set fire to the parsonage." Bert began to sing about the girl of our dreams. As he sang, a line of young women emerged. They were dressed in gowns that appeared to be made of spun sugar and ground-up disco balls. They walked with a peculiar gliding motion, as if they were being pulled along by an invisible tether, or were attempting to walk across a floor covered in highly unstable eggs. The cattle show of the Republic. "Notice the label, Sam," Arthur chirped, pointing to the screen. "Miss Nebraska, Miss Idaho, Miss New Jersey. It's like a geography lesson with eyelashes." "It is a cattle show, Arthur," I noted, "but one in which the cattle have been taught to play the flute and speak of their desire for world peace. I have been to county fairs from New York to California. I have seen hogs judged for the girth of their hams and horses judged for the strength of their teeth. But never have I seen an animal subjected to a judging of its personality, while standing in a 3-inch heel and a swimsuit made of a fabric that would melt if it encountered a warm breeze." Indeed, the swimsuit competition was the next act of the drama. The young women reappeared, now clad in garments that left very little to the imagination and even less to the comfort of the wearer. They stood in a line, their skin glowing with a mysterious orange hue that I had previously only seen on a well-varnished sideboard. "Why are they that color, Martha?" I asked. "Have they all recently survived a localized explosion of turmeric? Or is this tan another synthetic achievement of the polyester age?" "It's a sudden tan, Sam. You rub it on. It makes you look like you've been on a yacht in the Mediterranean, even if you've actually been in a basement in Des Moines." "I see," I said. "So the ideal American woman is not only expected to be beautiful, she is expected to be a magnificent liar. She must pretend she is a resident of the tropics while living in the Corn Belt. She must pretend she is comfortable in a garment that is currently trying to bifurcate her. And she must pretend that she is delighted to be stared at by 50 million people who are currently debating whether her left calf is slightly more patriotic than her right one." The talent of the trivial, then came the talent portion. This is the section of the evening where the contestants must prove that they possess a soul, or at least a hobby. Miss Alabama performed a dramatic reading of a poem about a lonely lighthouse, delivered with a level of theatrical intensity that suggested she believed the lighthouse was currently being attacked by a giant squid. Miss Oregon played the accordion with a frantic, wheezing energy that made me fear for her lung capacity. And Miss Delaware performed a modern dance that involved a great deal of rolling on the floor and reaching for an invisible something that appeared to be stuck to the ceiling. "What is she doing, Sam?" Arthur asked, his mouth hanging open. "Is she having a fit? Should we call the doctor?" She is expressing herself, Arthur, I explained. It is a requirement of the 1974 soul. In my day, a young lady's talent was expected to be something useful. She could bake a loaf of bread that wouldn't kill a man, she could sew a straight seam, or she could play the piano without making the dog howl. But in this era, talent is measured by how much meaning you can cram into a 3-minute exercise in rhythmic flailing. She isn't dancing. She is performing a physical interpretation of a headache. The interview, a treatise on world peace. The final hurdle was the question and answer segment. This is where the finalists are asked their opinions on the most pressing issues of the day, such as the Sino-Soviet split, the energy crisis, or the role of the modern woman. Miss Ohio was asked what she would do to improve the world. She paused. She tilted her head. She blinked her eyelashes with the rhythmic precision of a telegraph operator. "I believe," she whispered into the microphone, her voice trembling with a carefully rehearsed emotion, "that the most important thing in the world is love, and that people should just be nice to each other. And I want to work with children, and I want world peace for everyone, everywhere. Thank you." The audience erupted in applause. Martha wept. Arthur nodded solemnly. "A profound policy," I remarked. "She wants people to be nice. Why didn't Richard Nixon think of that? If only we had known that love was the solution to the gasoline shortage, we could have avoided the lines at the pump by simply hugging the attendant. It is a masterpiece of the me-decade intellect. Take a complex global catastrophe and reduce it to a sentiment that would fit on the inside of a Hallmark card. The feminist insurrection and the burning bra. But what about the women's libbers? I asked. I have read in the newspapers that there are women who find this whole business to be an insult to the gender. They speak of burning their bras and demanding equality. Why are they not here, setting fire to Bert's teeth or throwing a wrench into the works? "Oh, they're outside," Martha said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "They call it a meat market. They're very angry. They think women should be judged on their brains, not their bodies." A radical concept, I mused. Judging a person by the content of their character rather than the contour of their swimsuit, it will never catch on. The American public loves a spectacle too much, but I must say I admire the women's libbers for their spirit, if not for their choice of fuel. If you're going to burn a garment in protest, why on earth would you choose a bra? A bra is a useful, if somewhat restrictive, piece of engineering. If you truly want to protest the degradation of the human race, you should be burning your leisure suits and your mood rings. You should be making a bonfire of the polyester in the Kiana. To burn a bra is a minor inconvenience. To burn a lime green tangerine suit is a public service. The coronation of the tearful. Finally, the moment arrived. The music swelled, a triumphant brassy fanfare that sounded as if it were announcing the end of a war. Bert took the microphone, and the new Miss America is... A name was shouted. The winner, a young lady from a state that produces a great deal of wheat and very little drama, immediately suffered a complete and total emotional collapse. She gasped. She put her hands to her face. She wept with a ferocity that suggested she had just been told her entire family had been carried off by a swarm of locusts. "Why is she crying, Arthur?" I asked. She has just been given a crown, a scholarship, and the right to represent the World Peace Lobby for a year. Has she forgotten that she was the one who asked for the job? Or is she weeping for the sheer unmitigated absurdity of the situation? She's happy, Sam. It's the dream of every girl in America. I watched as the runner-up placed the crown upon the winner's lacquered head. The crown was made of glittering glass and fake silver, and it looked remarkably heavy. The winner then began her walk, the slow ceremonial procession down the runway while Bert sang, "There She Is." She walked with a bouquet of roses in her arms, her tears leaving tracks in her foundation, her smile frozen in a state of permanent, terrified joy. She looked like a captive being led in a Roman triumph or a sacrificial virgin being prepared for the volcano. "There she is," I whispered, echoing the song. "The ornamented woman. She is the perfect product of 1974. She is beautiful, she is synthetic, she is well rehearsed, and she is currently vibrating with the runner's high of the spirit. She is a statue made of aqua net and ambition, and she will be replaced by an identical model in exactly 12 months. The passing of the crown. I walked out to the porch, leaving Arthur and Martha to discuss the merits of the runner-up's evening gown. The night air was cool, and the stars, those ancient, unlacquered beauties, were shining with an honest light. I realized then that the beauty pageant is the final defense against the mid-decade's fear of reality. We want our beauty to be organized. We want it to be ranked. We want it to have a title and a state of origin. We are terrified of the woman who is beautiful in her own way, without a swimsuit or a talent for the accordion. We want the Miss America who tells us she wants world peace, so that we don't have to listen to the woman who tells us she wants a decent wage and a vote that counts. "Sleep well, Miss America," I said to the distant glow of the television through the window. "Enjoy your crown and your roses, and pray that it doesn't rain. For if that lacquer ever melts, the world might see that you are just a girl, and that is a beauty the Jumbotron will never understand." I lit my cigar and watched the smoke drift toward the moon, the only Miss Universe who ever truly deserved the title, and she didn't even have to show her legs to get it. A beauty pageant is a ritual by which a nation attempts to prove that its women are both divine and disposable. It is a competition where the winner is given a crown of glass and a year of being stared at, while the losers are given the consolation of knowing they don't have to spend the next 12 months pretending they have an opinion on the strategic importance of the Panama Canal. Extract from Chapter 17. Chapter 18. The Great Shag Carpet Mystery and the Archaeology of the Yarn. It has been my experience that man's progress is measured by the amount of effort he spends trying to undo the simplicity of his ancestors. In the beginning, man lived upon the dirt, which was honest and plentiful, if somewhat prone to being tracked into the cave. Then came the era of the wooden floor, which provided a certain musicality to one's footsteps and a convenient place for a man to drop his tobacco ash without the fear of a localized conflagration. But in 1974, the American homeowner has decided that the primary requirement of a floor is not that it be solid or cleanable, but that it should resemble the pelt of a very large, very unkempt, and very neon-colored sheep. I am speaking of the shag carpet. I was sitting in Arthur's parlor, a room I have come to view with the same wary suspicion a cat views a bathtub. Attempting to read a newspaper while my ankles were being slowly consumed by a forest of synthetic yarn. The color was harvest gold, a shade that suggested the sun had looked at the state of the economy and turned a sickly, jaundiced yellow in sympathy. The rake of the interior farmer. "Arthur," I said, lifting a foot and watching 3 inches of tangled fiber cling to my boot like the tentacles of a desperate octopus. "I have seen the great wheat fields of the Midwest and the tangled bayous of the South, but I have never encountered a landscape as treacherous as your living room. Why have you decided to move the haymow into the house? And why does it appear to be made of recycled fishing line and distilled boredom?" Arthur didn't look up. He was currently engaged in a ritual that I had previously only seen performed by gardeners or men preparing a grave. He was holding a plastic rake, and was vigorously combing the floor. "It's the high pile look, Sam," he panted, his leisure suit rustling with every stroke. "You gotta keep the fibers standing up. If they lay flat, you lose the vibe. It's about the texture." "The texture?" I mused. "Arthur, you are currently farming your own parlor. You are a man who has escaped the drudgery of the field only to spend your Saturday mornings grooming a synthetic meadow. In my day, if a man's floor required a rake, we assumed he had been negligent in his animal husbandry and that the cows had been sleeping in the parlor. You, however, have paid a king's ransom to have this indignity installed over perfectly good floorboards." The archaeology of the yarn. The most terrifying aspect of the shag carpet is its capacity for storage. It is not merely a floor, it is a repository for the lost artifacts of a civilization. It is a geological record of everything that has occurred in the room for the last 6 months. As Arthur raked, he suddenly stopped and reached into the golden depths. He emerged with a small plastic object that appeared to be the arm of a doll, a nickel from 1972, and a petrified piece of a Pringle, a substance that I understand to be a potato that has been subjected to a high-pressure interrogation until it agreed to become a uniform, stackable disc. "Aha!" Arthur cried. "I've been looking for that nickel." "It is a magnificent system of savings," I noted. "You do not need a bank. You simply need a floor with a 6-inch pile. I suspect that if we were to truly excavate this room, perhaps with a steam shovel and a team of mules, we would find enough lost currency to pay off the national debt, along with several missing members of the Nixon administration and at least one pet rock that grew tired of its box." It's cozy, Sam," Martha said, appearing with a vacuum cleaner that sounded like a jet engine having a nervous breakdown. "It's soft on the feet." "Cozy?" I asked. "Martha, it is a biological hazard. I watched the cat walk across this room yesterday, and for 3 minutes I feared he had been swallowed whole. He emerged on the other side looking like he had been through a car wash with a broken dryer. A floor should not be an obstacle course. It should be a place where a man can stand with the certainty that he will not be tripped by a rogue loop of polyester." The lightning in the socks. But the true genius of the shag carpet, and its most malevolent feature, is its ability to generate electricity. In my time, if a man wanted to experience the thrill of an electrical shock, he had to wait for a thunderstorm or find a particularly irritable eel. In 1974, he simply has to walk across his living room in a pair of nylon socks. I watched Arthur approach the metal doorknob after his raking session. As his finger neared the brass, a blue spark, bright enough to be seen from the street, leaped from the knob to his hand with a sharp crack that sounded like a pistol shot. "Ow!" Arthur yelped, clutching his finger. "Bravo!" I shouted, applauding from my chair. "You have achieved a state of scientific wonder. You are no longer merely a suburbanite. You are a human lightning rod. You have turned your home into a giant golden Leyden jar. I suspect that if you were to walk across this carpet for 10 minutes and then touch a bucket of gasoline, you could solve the energy crisis in a single spectacular explosion." "It's the static, Sam," Arthur grumbled. "It's worse in the winter." "The static," I said, "is the carpet's way of protesting its own existence. It is the friction of the synthetic soul. You are wearing plastic shoes on a plastic floor in a plastic suit. It is only natural that the universe would respond by trying to electrocute you. It is a warning, Arthur. The earth is trying to tell you that it never intended for your feet to be encased in a permanent lightning storm." The ritual of the floor sitting. Because the shag carpet is so cozy, the Americans of 1974 have developed the peculiar habit of abandoning their perfectly functional furniture in favor of sitting directly upon the floor. That evening, a group of neighbors arrived for game night. Instead of sitting in the chairs, which I admit were made of a foam that felt like a collection of angry bees, everyone immediately descended to the harvest gold forest. They sat cross-legged, their drinks perched precariously upon the uneven yarn, looking like a group of oversized children in a very expensive kindergarten. "Why are we on the floor?" I asked, remaining firmly in my petrified oatmeal chair. "Is there a shortage of seating? Has the furniture been repossessed by the death machine? Or are we all attempting to be one with the yarn?" "It's more informal, Sam," a woman named Linda said, her oversized glasses reflecting the flickering blue light of the television. "It's about being down to earth." "My dear madam," I said, "you are not down to earth. You are down to a petroleum byproduct that was manufactured in a factory in New Jersey. If you want to be down to earth, go out to the garden and sit in the mud. There, at least, the dirt is honest. Here, you are merely risking a permanent stain on your bell-bottoms and a static shock that could restart a dead horse's heart." I watched them play a game called Twister, a ritual that involved people placing their hands and feet on colored circles until they were tangled in a human knot of such profound indignity that I had to look away to preserve my own sense of decorum. As they struggled, the shag carpet acted as a sort of friction grip, holding them in place while simultaneously filling their hair with static and lint. "It is a masterpiece of the age," I whispered to my cigar. "A decade that has lost its way has decided to hide the floor. They have covered the solid ground with a golden tangle, and now they sit in it, searching for themselves among the lint and the lost nickels. They are a people who have traded the firmament for the fuzz." The great vacuuming defeat. As the guests departed, Martha began the final ritual of the evening, the vacuuming. She pushed the machine across the harvest gold expanse, but the carpet fought back. The beater bar, a spinning brush designed to extract the dirt, immediately became entangled in a particularly long loop of yarn. The machine let out a high-pitched scream of agony. A puff of blue smoke emerged from the motor, and the room was filled with the scent of burnt rubber and defeated ambition. "It's stuck again," Martha wailed. "Of course it's stuck," I said, standing up and preparing to retreat to my room. "The carpet has finally won. It has consumed the nickel, the Pringle, and now it has consumed the very machine meant to tame it. I suspect that by morning the harvest gold will have spread to the walls and the ceiling, and we shall all wake up inside a giant yellow tennis ball." I walked toward the stairs, taking care to lift my feet high so as not to be claimed by the yarn. "Arthur," I said, looking back at my friend as he knelt on the floor with a pair of scissors trying to perform surgery on the vacuum, "I have a piece of advice for you. If you ever decide to move again, find a house with honest, hard, uncompromising wood floors. They may not be cozy, and they may not provide you with a vibe, but at least you can walk across them without wondering if you are about to be swallowed by the 1970s. I went to my room, realizing that the shag carpet was the ultimate expression of the decade's confusion. It was an attempt to make the world soft when it was actually hard, to make it colorful when it was actually gray, and to make it complicated when it should have been simple. It was a golden, tangled lie, and I, for one, was quite happy to stay on the rug-free island of my bed until the sun rose on a world that didn't require a rake to find its own feet. The shag carpet is the only floor covering in history that requires a man to possess the skills of both an interior decorator and a sheep shearer. It is a monument to the American theory that if you can't be comfortable, you can at least be buried in yarn. It is the final resting place of common sense, 3 billion dust mites, and every earring lost in the Western Hemisphere since the Nixon inauguration. Extract from Chapter 18. Chapter 19. The Tupperware Purgatory and the Miracle of the Plastic Burp. It has been my experience that the American woman is a creature of immense fortitude, capable of enduring childbirth, the vagaries of the frontier, and the sight of her husband in a leisure suit without losing her fundamental grasp on reality. However, in the year of our Lord 1974, this legendary resilience has been subverted by a new and peculiar species of psychological warfare. I am speaking of the home party, a ritual in which a woman invites her dearest friends into her parlor not for the purpose of conversation or the sharing of tea, but to engage in a high-stakes commercial ambush involving polyethylene bowls and the preservation of leftovers that would be better off buried in the backyard. I was once again conscripted into service by Martha, who had decided that her social standing in the suburb depended entirely upon her ability to host a Tupperware extravaganza. "Now, Sam," Martha warned me, her hair rollers vibrating with a nervous energy that suggested she was preparing for a duel, "you must be on your best behavior. This isn't just a party, it's a demonstration. Mrs. Gable is coming over, and she's a Diamond Star manager. She's very successful. She's sold enough plastic to cover the state of Rhode Island twice over." "Martha," I said, leaning against a doorframe that was currently surrendering to a coat of avocado green paint, "I have seen many forms of religious fervor in my life. The Shakers, the Millerites, and the men who believe they can talk to the spirit of a deceased trout. But I have never seen a woman look at a potato salad container with the same holy light in her eyes that a crusader reserved for the Holy Grail. Why must we buy our bowls in a group? Is there a law in this decade that forbids a woman from purchasing a vessel for her cabbage in the quiet solitude of a department store? "It's about the freshness, Sam," she cried. "It's about the seal." The arrival of the plastic prophetess. The guests arrived shortly after 7, a parade of floral print dresses and oversized spectacles that clinked with the sound of costume jewelry and the quiet desperation of a Saturday night in the suburbs. In their midst walked Mrs. Gable, the Diamond Star manager. She was a woman of such terrifyingly efficient grooming that I suspected she was actually a sophisticated mechanical device manufactured by the Tupperware Corporation itself. Her hair was a golden helmet of immovable curls. Her smile was a permanent architectural feature, and she carried a series of large, nested suitcases that looked as if they contained the blueprints for a lunar colony. She did not enter the room, she occupied it. She set up her display upon Arthur's harvest gold shag carpet with the practiced precision of a general laying out a battlefield. There were bowls in Tuppercraft blue, canisters in paprika orange, and a collection of Wonderlier sets in a shade of green that I have only otherwise seen on a very sick lime. "Good evening, ladies," Mrs. Gable chirped, her voice possessing a tonal quality that could strip the paint off a fence. "Are we ready to witness the miracle of the seal? Are we ready to stop the silent thief, known as stale air, from robbing our families of their nutrition?" A collective gasp went up from the gathered women. They leaned forward, their eyes fixed upon a small, translucent bowl. "Notice the rim," Mrs. Gable commanded, holding the vessel aloft like a priestess presenting a relic. "It is not merely a lid, it is a technological marvel. It is a gasket of the soul. Now, listen." She placed the lid upon the bowl. She pressed her thumb into the center with a deliberate theatrical force, and then it happened. A sound emerged from the plastic, a sharp, pneumatic hiss that sounded remarkably like a very polite, very tiny ghost undergoing a digestive crisis. "Pfft!" "The burp!" the women shouted in unison. "The theology of the gastric respiration." "Arthur," I whispered, leaning toward my friend who was hovering near the kitchen door like a man waiting for a reprieve from the gallows, "did you hear that? The bowl just spoke." It let out a sigh of resignation. Why are these women applauding a piece of kitchenware for its ability to mimic a localized case of flatulence? Is this the pinnacle of 1974 entertainment? I have seen the Great Pyramids. I have seen the works of the masters in the Louvre, but I have never seen a crowd of sensible adults reduced to a state of ecstasy by the sound of a plastic lid escaping its own vacuum. "It means it's airtight, Sam," Arthur whispered back. "If it burps, the freshness is locked in. If it doesn't burp, your celery is doomed." "Doomed?" I mused. "In my day, if the celery went limp, we simply considered it a sign of the passing of time and the fragility of all earthly things. We did not require a Diamond Star manager to perform a ritual of exorcism upon our vegetables. Tell me, Mrs. Gable," I called out, unable to restrain my curiosity any longer, "does the bowl continue to burp in the dark? Or is this a performance reserved specifically for the amusement of the neighborhood? And what happens if the bowl refuses to burp? Is it cast out of the set? Is it condemned to a life of holding paper clips in a drawer of shame?" Mrs. Gable fixed me with a look of such frozen professional pity that I felt a sudden urge to check my own pulse. The Tupperware burp, sir, is the sound of safety. It is the sound of a mother's love expressed through the medium of high-density polyethylene. Now, would anyone like to see the celery keeper? It's designed to keep a stalk of greenery as crisp as a winter morning in Vermont for 3 weeks. The purgatory of the party games. But the demonstration was merely the beginning of the ordeal. To ensure that everyone felt sufficiently obligated to purchase a 3-tier lettuce crisper, Mrs. Gable initiated a series of party games. These were activities designed to strip the guests of their remaining dignity while simultaneously reinforcing their desire for plastic storage. "We're going to play What's in the Bowl," Mrs. Gable announced. She passed around a series of opaque canisters. We were instructed to reach inside and identify the contents by touch alone. I found myself groping a cold, slimy substance that felt like the brains of a very small and very confused animal. "It is a grape," I announced, withdrawing my hand and wiping it on my trousers. "Or perhaps it is a marble that has recently been submerged in a swamp. Whatever it is, I can safely say that it did not require a burping lid to reach this state of indignity." "It's a peeled tomato!" Martha cried, clutching her prize. "Oh, the texture! It's so fresh." "Fresh?" I asked. "Martha, a peeled tomato in a plastic bowl is not fresh. It is a victim. It is a vegetable that has been kidnapped and held in a windowless cell until it agreed to be served as a side dish. You are not preserving food. You are conducting a long-term incarceration of the garden." The final game involved a competition to see who could seal and burp a set of canisters in the shortest amount of time. The room was filled with the frantic pfft, pfft, pfft of escaping air, sounding like a very large and very flatulent dragon trying to settle down for a nap. The financial extraction of the polyethylene. At the end of the evening, the ordering began. This is the moment where the home party reveals its true nature as a masterful instrument of social extortion. To not buy a bowl is to insult the hostess. To buy only a small bowl is to suggest that your husband is suffering from a financial crisis. And to buy the grand multi-tier party set is to declare your allegiance to the plastic empire. I watched as Martha took down orders for Piccadilly jars and butter paddles. The women were in a state of consumerist trance, their eyes glazed with the promise of a refrigerator that was perfectly organized, perfectly sealed, and perfectly devoid of anything resembling a real, honest, decomposing smell. "Arthur," I said, as the guests began to file out, clutching their catalogs like prayer books, "I have realized that the Tupperware party is the perfect metaphor for your century. You are terrified of decay. You are terrified of the smell of the world as it actually is. You want to seal everything in a plastic tomb: your food, your feelings, your scandals, and your very souls. You believe that if you can just make the lid burp, you can stop the passage of time. You want your celery to be eternal, even if it means it ends up tasting like a refinery in New Jersey." "It's just a way to save money, Sam," Arthur said, looking at the bill Martha was currently tallying. "No," I said, "it is a way to spend your life waiting for a sound. You are a nation of people sitting in your kitchens, pressing your thumbs into plastic lids, listening for that little hiss of air to tell you that everything is okay. But I tell you, Arthur, the air that stays inside the bowl is not fresh. It is trapped. And the food that stays inside is not preserved. It is merely waiting for a death that will never come because the bacteria are too polite to enter a container that burps. I walked toward the kitchen where a single lonely bowl sat upon the counter. I leaned over it. I pressed my thumb into the center. "Pfft. Good night, ghost," I whispered. "I hope you find a better world than this one. A world where the air is free, the bread is allowed to get crusty, and the only thing that burps is a man who has just finished an honest, unsealed, and gloriously unplasticized meal." I went to my room, realizing that in 1974, even the kitchen was a battlefield of the synthetic. And as I lay in the dark, I could still hear it, the phantom echo of 1,000 plastic lids sealing the American dream in a Tuppercraft blue vacuum, where nothing ever changes, nothing ever grows, and nothing ever smells like the truth. The Tupperware party is the only social gathering in history where the guest of honor is a piece of kitchenware that possesses a better sense of humor than the guests. It is a ritual of the me decade that ensures that while the country is falling apart at the seams, the leftover tuna salad will remain in a state of suspended animation until the end of time. Extract from Chapter 19. Chapter 20. The Final Click of the 8-Track and the Great Escape. It has been said that time is a gentleman, but in my experience, time is more akin to a riverboat gambler, smooth of tongue, flashy of dress, and possessing a marked tendency to deal from the bottom of the deck when you aren't looking. I have spent the better part of this year, 1974, watching this gambler fleece the American public of its dignity, its silver, and its sense of architectural proportion. I have seen a nation trade its soul for a mood ring and its history for a tape-recorded lie. And now, as the calendar prepares to flip its final page upon this year of magnificent humbug, I find that I have reached the limits of my endurance. I was standing in Arthur's Den, a room that I have decided is the geographical center of human confusion, waiting for the arrival of 1975. The air was thick with the scent of Harvey Wallbangers, a cocktail that combines the sharp bite of vodka with the sugary orange syrup of Galliano, resulting in a beverage that tastes remarkably like a sunset in a chemical plant. "Tonight's the night, Sam!" Arthur cried. He was wearing a New Year's Eve outfit that would have caused a blackout in a smaller city. It was a three-piece suit of such vibrant electric blue that it appeared to be vibrating with its own internal power source. His shirt featured a collar that reached toward his shoulders like the wings of a predatory bird, and around his neck hung a medallion the size of a dinner plate, embossed with a zodiac sign that he claimed represented his inner potential. "Arthur," I said, shielding my eyes from the glare of his waistcoat, "if your inner potential is half as loud as your trousers, I suspect the neighbors will be calling the authorities before midnight. Why must you celebrate the passage of time by dressing like a neon sign for a failing billiard hall? Is 1975 expected to be so dark that you must act as your own lighthouse? It's about ringing in the new, Sam. Out with the old. In with the grooviness. We're going to stay up until the ball drops on the television, and then we're going to dance until the sun comes up." I have seen the sun come up over the Mississippi, over the Alps, and over the rooftops of London, I noted, and in every instance it was an event that required no assistance from a man in an electric blue suit. I find it curious that you wish to celebrate the arrival of a new year when you haven't yet figured out what to do with the one you're currently finishing. You are like a man who is eager to receive the second volume of a novel when he hasn't yet understood the first sentence of the introduction. The mechanical purgatory of the 8-track. As the guests began to arrive, a parade of sequins, sideburns, and platform shoes that made everyone look as if they were walking on stilts made of compressed sawdust, the music began. It was being provided by a device known as an 8-track tape player. Now, I have seen many mechanical wonders in my time, the steam engine, the telegraph, the printing press, but the 8-track is a masterpiece of a different sort. It is a large rectangular block of plastic that contains a continuous loop of magnetic tape, possessed of a mind so stubborn and a soul so capricious that it makes a Missouri mule look like a model of cooperation. Arthur approached the wood-paneled stereo console and shoved a tape into the slot with a violence that suggested he was feeding a hungry beast. The machine let out a clunk that rattled the windows, and suddenly the room was filled with a rhythmic thumping that sounded like a giant heart suffering from a terminal case of disco. "Listen to that fidelity, Sam," Arthur shouted over the noise. "It's stereophonic." "It is stereophonic indeed, Arthur," I said. "It sounds like two different groups of musicians are currently fighting for their lives in separate corners of the room. But tell me, why does the song suddenly stop in the middle of a word, only for the machine to let out a loud click and then resume 3 seconds later? Has the singer suffered a temporary loss of memory? Or has the machine decided that the second half of the sentence is not worth hearing?" "That's just the track change, Sam. The tape is divided into 4 programs. When it hits the end of one, the head moves down to the next. It's a marvel of engineering." "It is a marvel of interruption," I corrected. "It is the only musical device in history that treats a melody as if it were a string of sausages that must be chopped into equal lengths, regardless of the composition. It is the perfect music for 1974. It is clunky, it is plastic, it is prone to entanglement, and it stops precisely when you are beginning to enjoy yourself. The discovery of the rift. As the night wore on and the Harvey Wallbangers began to take their toll on the collective equilibrium of the suburb, I found myself retreating to the corner behind the stereo console. I was searching for my hat, an honest felt piece of 1910, which I had hidden away to keep it from being used as a prop in someone's spontaneous interpretation of a dance. As I reached behind the wood-paneled box, my hand brushed against something that was not plastic and was certainly not shag carpet. It was a cold, sharp draft of air, an air that smelled of coal smoke, river mud, and the crisp, clean scent of a world that didn't know what a microwave was. I pulled back a stack of discarded 8-track tapes, the best of Bread, Tony, Orlando, and Dawn, and something called The Partridge Family. And there it was. Behind the console, in the space between the faux wood paneling and the avocado green wall, was a shimmering rift in the very fabric of reality. It looked like a tear in a curtain, revealing a glimpse of a dusty street in Hannibal, Missouri, bathed in the soft light of a June afternoon in 1845. Then it shifted, showing me the deck of a steamboat in 1880. And finally, a quiet study in Elmira in 1910. I realized then that 1974 was not a destination. It was a detour. It was a localized pocket of madness, a chronological cul-de-sac, where the human race had been sent to reflect upon the consequences of its own ingenuity. And the way out was hidden, appropriately enough, behind the most ridiculous musical invention in history. "Sam, where are you going?" Arthur called out, his blue suit glowing in the dark. "The countdown's starting. It's 10, 9, 8. I looked at Arthur. He was a good man in his own confused polyester way. He was okay. He was grooving. He was currently holding a plastic horn in one hand and a Harvey wall-banger in the other, waiting for a clock on a television screen to tell him that he was 1 year older. "Arthur," I said, stepping toward the rift, "I am going back. I have seen your future, and while it is undeniably hilarious, I find that I am not quite with it enough to survive another year of your vibrations. I belong to a time when a man's word was his bond, his suit was made of wool, and his music didn't have to burp to stay fresh. But 1975 is going to be even better, Sam," Arthur shouted. "They're coming out with Betamax. You can record the television while you aren't even there. The idea of recording a thing that isn't worth watching in the first place so that I might not watch it at a later date is a level of sophistication I am simply not prepared to handle," I replied. "Farewell, Arthur. Give my regards to the me decade. Tell the pet rocks I wish them a long and silent retirement. And tell the streakers to keep running. Perhaps, if they run fast enough, they'll eventually find their way back to a pair of sensible trousers. 3, 2, 1, Happy New Year!" The room erupted in a chaos of plastic horns, falling confetti, and the frantic click of the 8-track changing programs one last time. I stepped into the rift. The return of the prodigal ghost. The transition was not a roar or a crash. It was a long, slow sigh, much like the sound of a Tupperware bowl being relieved of its vacuum. For a moment, I was suspended in a gray mist where I could see the ghosts of 1,000 years. I saw kings being crowned, I saw wars being fought, and I saw a man in a lime-green leisure suit trying to explain the concept of self-actualization to a very confused Abraham Lincoln. Then the mist cleared. I was sitting in my chair in the study at Stormfield. The year was 1910. The air was cool, the silence was profound, and the only light was the honest, flickering glow of a candle. My white linen suit was wrinkled in all the right places, and my pipe was exactly where I had left it. I reached out and touched the desk. It was solid wood. It didn't have a grain-patterned veneer, and it didn't hum with a solid-state heartbeat. I looked out the window. The stars were there, and they weren't being challenged by a jumbotron or a mirror ball. "Well," I whispered to the empty room, "that was a remarkable dream. Or perhaps it was a warning. I have seen a world where the horses are made of steel, the grass is made of plastic, and the truth is something you record on a magnetic ribbon and then hide in a drawer. I have seen the end of the world, and it wasn't a bang. It was a disco." I picked up my pen, an honest instrument of ink and metal, and began to write. "I have observed," I wrote, "that the progress of man is a circular affair. We spend a century learning how to speak, and the next century inventing a radio, so that we might tell lies to people 3,000 miles away. We spend a lifetime learning how to dress, and then we run through the streets naked to prove we are free. But in the end, we all find our way back to the same silence, waiting for the same stars to come out." I leaned back, listening to the quiet of the 1910 night. Somewhere out there, Halley's Comet was approaching, a celestial traveler that followed no schedule and required no handle to announce its arrival. It was coming to take me home, and for the first time in a very long time, I was ready. I closed my eyes, and for a fleeting second, I thought I heard a distant phantom sound, a sharp pneumatic hiss from a world far away. Pfft! I smiled and blew out the candle. The trouble with the future is that it usually arrives before we are ready for it, and it stays much longer than we would like. I have visited the year 1974, and I can report that it is a place of great energy and very little sense. It is a world where the people are okay, the bowls are fresh, and the music is stereophonic. But if I have to choose between a mood ring and a good cigar, I shall take the tobacco every time. At least a cigar has the decency to turn into ash, rather than haunting the parlor in a state of permanent, polyester-clad grooviness. The final extract. The end. This has been Mark Twain.